Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate. This being an afternoon sitting of the House on the 8th day of May, the year being 2024. We are so glad you're watching. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. In the highlights, in the order of business this afternoon, are two bills that are set to be tabled for the first time, popularly known as the first reading. The first bill is the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill. This is Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2024 by the Senate Leader of the Majority Party. This bill seeks to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Act number 2 of the year 2012 to establish a structured framework for intergovernmental relations. According to the mover of the bill, this will enhance intergovernmental relations amongst the national government, the county executive, and the county assemblies. So away from the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024, this afternoon, we also expect the Senate Leader of the Majority Party to table the bill on the County Assembly's pension scheme, Senate Bills number 14 of the year 2024. This is the second bill that will be read for the first time this afternoon. And this bill by the Leader of the Majority Party seeks to establish the County Assembly's pension scheme for all members of the county assemblies. The bill will also provide for the establishment of the scheme board of trustees and provide for the scheme's management and administration. Further, the county assembly's pension scheme, Senate Bills number 14 of the year 2024, proposes to have a scheme offer lump sum payments as provident, periodic payments as pension, and income drawdowns. The proposed scheme will transition all members of the county assembly into one universal scheme for all the 47 county governments, and this is besides being open to the public officers and any other persons that will be approved by the board. This afternoon, senators will, under the Committee of the Whole House, consider a couple of bills. The bills lined up for consideration when the House gets into the Committee of the Whole is the Conflict of Interest Bill. This is a bill from the National Assembly, Bill number 12 of the year 2023, as well as the National Rating, National Assembly Bills number 55 of the year 2022. Finally, the Committee of the Whole will this afternoon consider the Gambling Control Bill. This is another bill from the National Assembly, Bill number 70 of the year 2023. There will be resumption of debate this afternoon. This debate is in regards to a motion by the Senator for Narok County, Senator Ledamo Lekina, on the status of pending bills in counties. In this particular motion, the Senator for Narok County seeks to have the Senate recommend that all the county governments pay verified pending bills amounting to less than 1 billion Kenya shillings by the end of the financial year, and those that are above Kenya shillings 1 billion by the end of the financial year 2024-2025. The Senator for Narok also wants the Senate to resolve that pursuant to the provisions of the Regulations 41, subsection 2 and 3 of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations of 2015, that the county governments do prioritize payment of pending bills as a first charge on the county revenue fund, a failure to which the subsequent quarters budget releases will not be done. Secondly, that the county government shall only pay pending bills contained in their respective procurement plans, and this is pursuant to the regulations number 50, subsection 2 and 3 of the Public Finance Management Regulations. The Senator for Mombasa County, Senator Mohamed Munyihaji Faki, has a motion in regards to the construction of a stadium in Mombasa County. And away from that, the other motion lined up for consideration this afternoon is a declaration of cattle rustling and banditry as a national disaster and establishment of a special fund for victims. This is a motion by the Senator for Baringo County, Senator William Cheptumo. In this particular motion, the Senator for Baringo seeks to have that the Senate resolves that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do declare cattle rustling as a national disaster, as well as establish a national task force on matters cattle rustling and banditry. The task force will be charged with the responsibility of investigating the causes of the rampant cattle rustling and banditry in the said region. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Deferring, is already in the chamber this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for the live proceedings of the Senate on this 8th day of May, the year being 2024. Enjoy your viewing.
Baraka, sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, currently presiding over the business this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. This directive is guided by the House Standing Orders on matters quorum. And as we await for that quorum to be attained this afternoon, the other business for consideration by senators are a couple of bills as well as motions that are lined up for consideration this afternoon. Pursuant to Standing Orders of the House, Standing Orders number 56, subsection 1A, the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Health will be making a statement regarding the health worker strike. Standing Orders number 53 guides the House in regards to statements. And pursuant to that Standing Order number 53, subsection 1, the Senator for Embu County, Senator Alexander Mudigi, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Energy regarding the conversion of the 7 Forks hydroelectric power dams in Embu County for single to multi-purpose dams. The nominated Senator Miraj Abdullahi, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Education regarding the management of Shimo Latewa High School in Mombasa County. Under that Standing Order on Matters Statement, the last Senator is the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute, who will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Information, Communication and Technology. The statement for Senator Mohamed Shute is in regards to the loss of free-to-air signal for licensed broadcast signal distributors in Kenya. The chairperson, Standing Committee on Matters Land, Environment and Natural Resources, will be tabling the report of the Standing Committee on Matters Land, Environment and Natural Resources on its consideration of the National Rating Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 55 of the year 2022. The other report is the report of the Standing Committee on Matters Health on its consideration of Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill. This is Senate Bills number 17 of the year 2023, and this particular report will be tabled by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Matters Health, who also serves as a senator for Uasin Gishu County, Senator Jackson Mandago. The Speaker of the Senate this afternoon will be communicating to members of the Senate of messages coming from the National Assembly. The messages, just to highlight among them, is the decision of the National Assembly on the Senate Amendments Bill to the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of the year 2023. And the other bill pertains a message from the National Assembly on the passage with amendments of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill. This is Senate Bills number 9 of the year 2022 that originated from the Senate, but the National Assembly has already considered that particular bill and passed it with the amendments, and that communication will be done this afternoon by the Speaker. The other message on the bill that has been considered again by the National Assembly is the the message from the National Assembly on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, Bill number 10 of the year 2024. This particular bill has been considered by the both houses, and we also expect a communication from the Speaker in regards to that particular bill that was passed by the National Assembly, again with amendments. At any moment now, we expect the business of the Senate to commence, as senators have been making their way into the chamber this afternoon to ensure that the quorum of at least 15 senators has been attained for the commencement of business this afternoon. But as we await for that particular signal, the House will this afternoon resume debate on the Select Committee, on the report of the Select Committee on Matters Public Accounts, on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of constituencies in West Pokot County, Kitui, Marsabit, and Murang'a County Assemblies. The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by KBC in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Order, honorable senators, kindly take your seats. I'm informed we do have quorum now, so we proceed with the business of the afternoon. Clerk, you may now proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that I have, pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the decision of the National Assembly on the Senate amendments to the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023. The message, dated the 3rd of May 2024, was received on Tuesday, the 7th of May 2024, in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the Standing Order 46.4, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 148B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas on Wednesday, 23rd of August 2023, the National Assembly passed the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, with amendments, and thereafter referred the bill to the Senate for consideration in accordance with Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas on Thursday, 7th March 2024, the Senate considered and passed the said bill with further amendments and referred it back to the National Assembly for concurrence. Further, whereas on Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024, the National Assembly considered and rejected the Senate amendments to the bill, thereby committing it to a mediation committee in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 41.1 and 148B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate and seek the appointment of 7 senators to a mediation committee to consider the said bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, consequent to the said decision, the Speaker of the National Assembly appointed the following members of the National Assembly to the mediation committee to consider the bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. The Honorable David Kagongo Bowen, MP, the Honorable Maisori Kitayama, MP, the Honorable Stanley Mudhama, MP, the Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, MP, the Honorable Paul Nzengu, MP, the Honorable Hussein Weitan Mohammed, MP, and the Honorable Gertrude Mbeyu, MP. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 166(2) of the Senate, and in consultation with the majority and minority leaders, I will, at the appropriate time, appoint senators to the mediation committee. I thank you. Again, Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46(3) and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2022. The message, dated Friday, 3rd May 2024, was received on Tuesday, the 7th May 2024, in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, was passed by the Senate on Wednesday, 21st of February 2024, with amendments and referred to the National Assembly for consideration. And whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill on Thursday, 2nd of May 2024, with further amendments as contained in the schedule of amendments attached herewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Honorable Senators, Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution provides that if one House passes an ordinary bill concerning counties and the second House passes the bill in an amended form, it shall be referred back to the originating House for reconsideration. Honorable Senators, in this regard, I direct the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism to deliberate on the National Assembly amendments and report to the Senate. Further, pursuant to Standing Order 165(1) of the Senate Standing Orders, I direct that the National Assembly amendments to the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, be circulated to all senators. At an appointed time, the Senate Business Committee will schedule the consideration of the amendments in the Committee of the Whole. The House is accordingly guided. Honorable Senators, I also wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of 2024. The message, dated Friday, 3rd of May 2024, was received on Tuesday, the 7th of May 2024 in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 46 of the 4th of March 2024, as a bill seeking to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act number 9 of 2011 to clean up the act by deleting obsolete provisions and make consequential amendments to give effect to some of the recommendations and views of the public as submitted to the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, on the issues of electoral justice and related matters and for connected purposes. And whereas on the 2nd of May 2024, the National Assembly considered the said bill and passed it with amendments and in the form attached hereto, now therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading, in accordance with Standing Order 144, I direct that the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of 2024, be listed in the order paper for tomorrow, Wednesday, 8th May 2024, for first reading. I thank you, Honorable Senators. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Chairman, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Where is the Honorable Mahu or any member of that committee?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, the 8th May 2024, a report of the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on its consideration of the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bills number 55 of 2022. I beg to lay.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 8th May 2024, report of the Standing Committee on Health on its consideration of the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2023.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 52. Honorable Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of general topic of concern, namely the working session on advancing free movement of persons in Africa, organized by the Economic, Social, Cultural, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, in collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be a member of the Trade Committee, courtesy of this House sending me to the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, ECOSOC PAP working session was held in Victoria, Seychelles, and it brought together members of the Pan-African Parliament, Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, of which I'm a member, and ECOSOC representatives, the regional integration and immigration experts, as well as representatives from the civil society. The session, Mr. Speaker, focused on enhancing the understanding and support for the ratification of the Free Movement of Persons Protocol through the parliamentary engagement. It aimed to build knowledge, assess key issues, and formulate actionable strategies for mobilizing support for the Free Movement of Persons Protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, the objectives and expected outcomes of the working session included: 1, to educate the African parliamentarians about the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, focusing on its benefits and opportunities. 2, to engage member states in assessing key issues affecting the ratification of the Free Movement of Persons Protocol. 3, to identify and address parliamentarians' concerns and misconceptions about this free movement of persons in the continent. 4, to equip parliamentarians with effective lobbying strategies for ratification of the same protocol. 5, aimed at improved understanding and support for the free movement of persons among parliamentarians themselves. 6, increased participation of parliamentarians in the free movement of persons and related discussions. And finally, it focused on the development of an action plan for mobilizing support for the Free Movement of Persons Protocol amongst parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, sir, the working session followed a comprehensive work program after the opening remarks that were made by several luminaries, including Mr. Alvin Lawrence, representative for ECOSOC, and the National Chapter Representative William Karu, ECOSOC Secretariat Head Aaron Massa, and the Deputy Clerk of the Legislative Business and Conferences from the PAP. And myself, I represented the chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament in that forum during the opening session, which actually I opened officially. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya is an active player in African economic integration initiatives. Kenya, alongside Ghana, were the first to ratify and deposit instruments of ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfTA. On the 7th October 2022, the AfTA Secretariat launched the AfTA Guided Trade Initiatives in Accra, Ghana, to allow for commercially meaningful trade under the agreement to commence for 8 participating countries, because the protocol requires that any 8 that are ready will commence. And the following countries had qualified at that time: Cameroon, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Tunisia, representing the 5 regions of Africa. As at August 2023, Mr. Speaker, 47 out of the 54 signatories, which is 87% of the countries of the African continent, had deposited the instruments for the African Continental Free Trade Area ratification, Kenya included. Mr. Speaker, while the AFTA recognizes that free movement of persons, while the AFTA recognizes that free movement of persons is essential for achieving its broader goals of economic integration, prosperity, and poverty reduction in the continent, the African Union Commission saw the need to develop another protocol on the free movement of persons, because you cannot have a free trade area without ensuring that there is free movement of persons. This, therefore, gave rise to the current protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons. The right of residence, the right to establishment as a key instrument within the AFTA framework. Mr. Speaker, sir, this protocol provides guidelines for facilitating the movement of people across the African countries. It covers aspects such as visa policies, residence rights, and establishment rights. It's nice to note that Kenya is one of those who are way ahead since the declaration by a president that there is no requirement of a visa for an African to enter Kenya. So we are way ahead as far as that one is concerned. Mr. Speaker, Article 29 of the Free Movement of Persons Protocol defines the African Union Commission role in evaluating the implementation of the protocol through collaborations with the regional economic communities, the RECs, which include the East African Community, in order to harmonize free movement policies, migration, and border management procedures. The goal, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that member states adopt and implement necessary legislative procedures related to free movement. Mr. Speaker, the Free Movement of Persons Protocol is expected to have a positive impact on economic empowerment and job creation across the continent. By allowing skilled labor and professionals to move freely, the AFTA can enhance trade and investment opportunities across the continent, and therefore remove barriers that would create a more interconnected and dynamic continent. And this, to Kenya, is a very big positive, because we have our people already having moved even before these ratifications are done. We have Kenyans in almost every country in the continent. Mr. Speaker, sir, among the recommendations that were arrived at during the ECOSOC PAP workshop are the following. One, there is need for intensive sensitization campaigns to raise awareness among policymakers, parliamentarians, civil society organizations, and the general public about the free movement protocol, focusing on its objectives, its principles, its benefits, and addressing concerns. Two, capacity building by implementing initiatives to enhance understanding and implementation through training programs for stakeholders at national and regional levels. Three, prioritization of parliamentary engagement by involving goodwill ambassadors, influencers, and special envoys, and to establish a parliamentary network for advocacy to advance this agenda. And I hope we'll be able to come up with our own parliamentary advocacy for the same, Mr. Speaker, but save me from Gerard Gay, who is distracting the leader of majority, who should be spearheading the formation of a parliamentary network to spearhead the free movement of persons in this continent. I would like to take this opportunity to entreat my fellow senators to take up the various roles suggested here in order to make sure that Kenya becomes among the first countries to embrace the protocol, knowing that Kenya has more than 6 countries on the border lines, and we need to be able to move freely across borders. Mr. Speaker, also there is need for harmonization of laws through efforts to ensure consistency and smooth implementation in national laws and regulations with provisions of the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, possibly via legislative reforms and collaboration among member states and regs. Mr. Speaker, this is a recommendation that has direct bearing on our work and mandate as legislators, and it is imperative that we come up with robust laws and amendments to laws that will enable our people to reap the maximum benefits from this protocol that opens our borders in the continent. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, the ECOSOC PAP working session was pivoted in advancing the discourse on free movement in Africa, and the session achieved its objective of enhancing understanding and support for the Free Movement of Persons Protocol and identifying barriers to ratification and implementation of the protocol. The session also formulated a comprehensive action plan that recognized the collaborative efforts of parliamentarians, ECOSOC, and other stakeholders in setting a strong foundation for future endeavors in achieving the goal of free movement of persons across the continent. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Alexander Mundigi. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Miraj Abdullahi. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Senator Mohamed Chute. That statement is dropped. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 56-1A, the Chairperson Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Statement on the nationwide health worker strike. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 56-1A, I beg to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely the nationwide health worker strike. Honorable Speaker, according to the Council of Governors, there are approximately 4,398 doctors and 31,923 nurses serving in 16,655 county health facilities countrywide. This is up from 874 doctors and 6,620 nurses in 2013. On 13 March 2024, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Union, KMPDU, initiated a strike following a notice given on 6 March 2024. Grievances raised include posting and remuneration of medical interns, provision of comprehensive medical cover for doctors, involvement of doctors in the Universal Health Coverage Initiative, delayed promotions, salary arrears arising from the non-implementation of the 2017 collective bargaining agreement, support for career development by facilitating postgraduate education fee payment. On 23 March 2024, the Kenya National Union of Clinical Officers, KUCO, issued strike notice, followed by the commencement of a strike on 1st April 2024. Grievances included implementation of Kenya shillings 15,000 enhanced risk allowance, finalization of CPA registration following a court order, issuance of promotion and redesignation letters, prompt and fair compensation for clinical officers interns, approval of career progression guidelines by PSC specific to clinical officers, issuance of permanent and pensionable letters to categories of clinical officers, provision of comprehensive medical cover, reinstatement of dismissed clinical officers in Kirinyaga County, employment of 20,000 additional clinical officers to address shortages, immediate payment of withheld salaries by counties, renewal of contracts and employment of health workers contracted under the USC program. On 26 March 2024, the Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers likewise issued a strike notice and cited several critical grievances that have impacted their professional and working conditions, including failure by the government to establish a recognition agreement with the union as required by law, despite multiple attempts to resolve this matter, confirmation of universal health coverage workers, UHC interns, COVID health emergency response program staff, the National TB and Lung Diseases Program, employees into permanent and pensionable positions, ensuring job security and benefits, employment on exploitative terms, particularly by hospital boards, lack of promotions and redesignation, exclusion of medical laboratory officers from key decision-making processes, provision of comprehensive medical insurance cover, employment of sufficient medical laboratory officers. Mr. Speaker, the government position on the matter is that the National Treasury has released up to 2.5 billion shillings for the placement of interns. However, on different terms of engagement from the 2017 collective bargaining agreement. The implication of this is that the newly placed medical officer interns will only receive what the government refers to as a stipend of Kenya shillings 70,000 per month and not Kenya shillings 206,000, as been the case with other already placed interns. The government has argued that the current terms are discriminatory as similar interns across the public and private sector receive amounts lower than 70,000. Medical doctors interns are not doctors and hence cannot be paid salary, but they are entitled to a stipend. The 2017 collective bargaining agreement was not adequately negotiated and did not involve the input of National Treasury for purposes of sustainability in the funding. The 2017 collective bargaining agreement is expensive considering the ballooning wage bill, which is currently unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, the Council of Governors has likewise raised several concerns, including that senior medical officers are paid double the amount paid to non-health workers in the public service. The industrial unrest has paralyzed healthcare services in the counties, with conciliation meetings between the two levels of government and the unions yet to bear fruit. The strikes are unprotected following the court orders for the health workers to go back to work. The implementation of the CPA, counties have raised concerns that it will have ripple effect on the basic pay for all civil servants and will necessitate additional allocation of resources to all counties. And presently, there are 890 doctors, pharmacists, and dentists that have been released by counties for postgraduate training. Counties are compelled to pay their salaries during the training period, thus depriving them of much-needed resources to recruit additional staff. Mr. Speaker, having considered all the issues as indicated above and taking note of the impact the strike was having on the lives and health of vulnerable Kenyans, on Tuesday, 23rd April 2024, the Standing Committee on Health visited Kiambu County Referral Hospital to assess the impact of the strike on health service delivery. During the visit, the committee found that albeit the county government of Kiambu had put in place admirable steps to mitigate against the strike, health service delivery was still severely impacted, with the hospital running on less than 80% of its normal capacity. Mr. Speaker, in addition, on Thursday, 2nd May 2024, the Standing Committee on Health held a joint meeting with the Departmental Committee on Health of the National Assembly to deliberate on the issues and build consensus towards a way forward. Mr. Speaker, in view of the varied and complex issues raised by the unions, the meeting hosted different stakeholders, including the Cabinet Secretary for Health, the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, the Executive Committee of the Council of Governors, led by the Chairperson Public Service Commission, the Chairperson Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and the relevant health care workers unions. Mr. Speaker, following the extended deliberations, the Joint Committee resolved the following way forward. Concerning the Kenyan National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers, the meeting resolved that the union submit recognition agreement to the Ministry of Labor for purpose of ensuring they meet the necessary threshold, and if the union meets the necessary threshold across the 47 counties, then the 41 county governments that have not signed the recognition agreement do so. 2, the Council of Governors to hold 2 meetings on Tuesday, 7th May 2024 as follows. Meeting with the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers for the purposes of finalizing negotiations on recognizing the CPA at 10 a.m. 2, meeting with the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Union for purposes of finding a way forward on pending issue, including promotions of and postgraduate training. 3, regarding outstanding issue of harmonization of terms of service, the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council to make recommendations for implementation in a progressive and phased manner. 4, KMPDU to reopen negotiations with Ministry of Health and county governments on the issues that were rejected by the Advisory Council and pending issues other than internship be submitted to a task force for conciliation even as health workers return to work. 5, Ministry of Health to finalize the execution of the MOUs between universities and teaching hospitals with regards to matters affecting registrars on postgraduate training. 6, Ministry of Health and KMPDU to negotiate on the internship issue with the possibility of adopting a phased approach to the posting of interns subject to availability of funds. 6, PSC to extend contracts of UHC and CHRP staff by 2 years in accordance with the summit resolution to extend their contracts by 3 years. And finally, the Joint Committee to implement bicameral mechanisms to follow up with the National Treasury on allocation of requisite resources to counties for purposes of implementing agreements, particularly through DORA. Mr. Speaker, the resolutions of the Joint Committee are being followed up by relevant parties and will be reported back to the House at the earliest opportune time. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to request the Chairperson Standing Committee for Labor to move with speed and act urgently to address the various labor-related issues that have led to a strike. These include, but are not limited to, delayed promotion salaries, arrears, and career promotion. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to appeal to the various government departments and agencies involved, as well as the unions, to negotiate in good faith and with utmost speed to alleviate the death and suffering of ordinary Kenyans that has arisen from the strike. I thank you, Chairperson Standing Committee. Honorable Speaker, I have two other statements on the same. With your permission, I can proceed to...
Did you file those statements?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Clerk, just approach the chair. Chair, Standing Committee on Health, please approach the chair. No, honorable senators, I'll allow senators to react to the statements that have just been read to us by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Health. The Honorable Samson Chiranki.
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker, let me use this one. Mr. Speaker, I am happy. Mr. Speaker, what we have always said about committees that they should, when an issue of national importance comes to our attention, we should always be seized of the matter. I'm happy with the Chair of Health. For the first time, we must provide leadership. Mr. Speaker, I know the issue of doctor strike and other medical practitioner strike has become a very serious concern in this country. It is my wish as the Senator of Nandi and a leader of this country that these issues be resolved amicably, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to sit on last week on the Joint Committee of National Assembly of Health and the Senate, led by Senator Mandago. And we were shocked, Mr. Speaker, because what we are hearing that 18 issues had been resolved and 2 were remaining. But when we sat in that meeting, Mr. Speaker, it felt that we were starting all over again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Committee of Health of the Senate and the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, to give us a proper way forward on resolving this health crisis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want also to call upon the Council of Governors, because yesterday, Mr. Speaker, they were supposed to have a meeting about resolving this health crisis, Mr. Speaker. But the Council of Governors conveniently avoided holding that meeting yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, our proceedings were almost disrupted because of the noise and protest by the medical doctors and other health professionals that were demonstrating, and the strike that is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. Many Kenyans are suffering. Our hospitals are dysfunctional, Mr. Speaker. I think this is long enough, Mr. Speaker, that as the Committee of the Health and the Senate, and I want to request the Chair of Health and Health Committee, Mr. Speaker, next week to convene even a committee of the whole, so that the entire Senate, the Cabinet Secretary of Health, the PSS, Mr. Speaker, the Doctors' Union, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy one of the Secretary General of Doctors' Union, Mr. Dafty Atela, is wearing a cap nowadays. I hope his brain was not affected when that attack happened, Mr. Speaker. Should be here. Other union officials, Washira, Kebore, Mr. Speaker, they must be here so that we ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, where is the problem? Because the multi-government all approach led by Head of Public Service, Waziri Felix Kosgei, is saying almost all issues have been resolved except two. When you get to the unions, they are telling you totally different something. Say salaries and remuneration, Mr. Speaker, SRC are saying something else, Mr. Speaker. I think it is high time our House we take a position. Let them come before the Committee of the Whole next week, led by the CS of Health, the unions, Mr. Speaker, even to have everybody on board, and even the Senate, both of the National Assembly and the Senate. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I know there have been a debate that whether intern doctors are as qualified as people who are doing pupillage or any other interns, Mr. Speaker. I want to propose, as a country, let us have a conversation. And I know people like Senator Danson Mahanson, Mr. Speaker, who own law firms, will find this uncomfortable. My proposal, let us harmonize the payment of interns. Because some of us who worked in law firms, Mr. Speaker, we used to be given only lunch, Mr. Speaker, of Githeri and Mandazi. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we were doing matters that are worth billions and billions of shillings, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to harmonize, Mr. Speaker, so that when we have interns of doctors, interns of law, engineering, and any other professions, let us have a standardized fee, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't bring issues that might come up, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a debate that we might have for the longest time possible, but we respect doctors, we respect health practitioners, but they must come down. They must go to a bureaucratic oath, Mr. Speaker, where it says even if it comes to the wire, their issue is to protect the lives of Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Health Committee. Let us be proactive in nature, Mr. Speaker. Let us not be reactive so that we can keep the update, Mr. Speaker. And I hope this matter will be resolved as soon as possible. I want to assure the country that these issues has the goodwill of His Excellency the President and his administration, Dr. William Ruto. He has shown goodwill to ensure that these matters are resolved. Kenyans continue to have access to the best health care in our dispensaries, health centers, and referral hospitals across the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to congratulate the chair for Committee of Health and his team. Mr. Speaker, it's very urgent for the, through this statement, I hope the Health Committee will be able to bring together the government and the county governments, the governors, to be able to negotiate and agree on whatever issues that are making the doctors not to report back to work, because, Mr. Speaker, we are losing a lot of people through death. People can be saved, who could have been saved through the doctors treating them, but they are dying every day, every day, every day. We are receiving so many calls for us to contribute money for burials due to lack of medication in hospitals and treatment. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this statement and I recommend them, and I pray that Senator Mandago, the chair of Health Committee, will push both sides, the government side and the governors, to be able to agree with the governors, with the doctors, and do whatever they are asking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Speaker, I want to thank the Health Committee for taking leadership on a very important national issue, which unfortunately, for now about 55, or I think today is the 56th day, the country has been unable to find solution to. This issue of the doctor strike, Mr. Speaker, is not a simple matter. Mr. Speaker, I have taken time to try and be as neutral as can be and listen to what the governors are saying on issues of expenditure, and many of them forward to me clips of yours truly speaking here in the Senate and reminding our county governments to balance recurrent vis-a-vis development spend. And they tell me, Majority Leader, isn't it you who every afternoon reminds us that all our counties are in breach of our regulations on 70-30 divide between recurrent vis-a-vis development spend? And if we proceed in the manner and the route that the doctors want us to proceed, then consider that you may either have to amend or a division of revenue add us additional resources for us to be able to take on board this CBA that was signed in 2017. And therefore, you listen to them and you realize they have a valid point. On the other side, Mr. Speaker, I have also taken time to not only listen, but to engage the doctors' union, including having a sit-down with them as late as last week. I think it was on Thursday or Friday, when I met them somewhere, deeply seated and reflecting on the challenges that they are facing. And the issues that they speak about also, Mr. Speaker, are not matters that you can easily sweep under the carpet. Mr. Speaker, our health architecture is such that intern doctors are actually the real doctors that treat, that attend to patients in many of our county facilities. The senior doctors and the consultants, they only show up maybe one afternoon or 2 or 3 days in a week. But the people that ordinary citizens, the people that we represent in this House, Mr. Speaker, meet when they go to our health facilities are actually the interns. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this issue about their pay, their ability even to live a decent life, Mr. Speaker, because many of them, unfortunately, we have a centralized pay structure for them. All of them, it is being proposed that be paid 70,000. Yet, in their deployment, Mr. Speaker, many of them are being sent to far-flung counties away from what will be their home areas. And as part of the proposals that they are making and saying, if it is impossible to meet the 200,000 Kenya shillings that they are asking for, then at least allow them to work in their villages. And now many issues come about here because there are villages which cannot find a trained doctor within that particular region because they say, okay, if you strongly feel that because you're still students and you're still training, you want us to be paid this 70,000, allow me to walk from my mother's house to go to the clinic. That 70,000 will be enough. But so long as you expect me to work in certain parts of this country and give my attention, you know, when all is said and done, Mr. Speaker, doctors is the only profession whose mistake cannot be accepted, or mistake, Mr. Speaker, the world cannot bear, because it means it's the difference between life and death. If a lawyer makes a professional mistake, what is the worst that can happen? A breach of contract. There's nothing. Lawyers, how can you die from a poorly drafted agreement? Mr. Speaker, but when a doctor hanged by who, Mr. Speaker? You know, Mr. Speaker, anyway, I don't want to say what I said on this floor another time, and I was discussed in all LSK forums about lawyers, Mr. Speaker. But we have to be very keen in this discussion. Yet, we must also appreciate what the national government is telling us. That appreciate the fact that we are still at a debt strain level where 70% of our revenue collections never leave Harambee Avenue. They pay debt immediately they are collected. For every 100 shillings that we collect in taxes, we are still paying 70 away to debt that we have already consumed as a country, and only are left with 30% to compete amongst all the things that we need to do: pay salaries, pay military, pay teachers, keep parliament running, the judiciary, the executive. Therefore, we are in a very difficult situation, Mr. Speaker, which I want to laud the committee for taking at least the lead to call all these institutions together and try and make sense of this situation that we find ourselves in, because it has gotten to a point where, Mr. Speaker, people are beginning to ask, and they can't distinguish anymore. You cannot sit comfortable and say, oh, I come from the minority or the opposition side. They keep on asking you, you are the leaders. That's the word that Kenyans use. To the ordinary Kenyan, all they know is that you are a leader, and they expect that you have the platform and there's something that you can do about it. And therefore, I want to urge the Committee on Health not to relent. I know they have called meetings, Mr. Speaker, I think 2 or 3 times, and either the cabinet secretary didn't turn up, or one time the union officials had another separate meeting. Not to give up, because this is something that we must resolve. And if there is an institution that has the ability to resolve many of these questions, Mr. Speaker, save for maybe the monetary issues that stand between doctors and their return to work, Mr. Speaker, then Senate as a House. There are basic issues which even we as a House, I am embarrassed that we have not been able to address for the last 10 plus years that we have been in this House. Take, for example, the issue of standardization of practice, Mr. Speaker. It is not fair that what a doctor earns in Siaya is not similar to what they earn in Homa Bay, just next door, Mr. Speaker. That the promotion manual and the HR manual for one county differs from the other. Yet these are people who trained in the same institution for such an important profession. And therefore, Senator Mandago and your health committee, immediately you're done with resolving this issue of the strike, then bring to the House at least, Mr. Speaker, legislation or policy proposals that will ensure that we standardize practice issues across all our 47 counties, ensuring that our HR manuals, the leave days, promotion, what it takes, what level do you rise at after practicing for how many years, so that there is no competition, at least at intra-county level, Mr. Speaker. There are certain counties that we are told, Mr. Speaker, doctors will never wish or want to work in because of how they are being handled in those counties, Mr. Speaker. Yet, because of the difficulty of life and the fact that they have to put bread and butter on the table of their families, Mr. Speaker, they are forced to undertake those responsibilities. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this issue is not just about the disputed pay of the interns. There are many other things for which this House, Mr. Speaker, has a solution to. And I hope that once we are done with this phase of trying to mediate and find a solution to this matter, Mr. Speaker, the Health Committee will lead this House in making a long-standing solution that will ensure that our doctors at least feel that we have listened to them, and therefore it will not have been wasted the number of days that they have gone on strike. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on the statements. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the striking doctors and say that every other day the doctors come to Parliament striking, and I want to say that a doctor, Mr. Speaker, is not trained overnight and is among the most brilliant people in the country who went to medical school, and after 7 years, Mr. Speaker, I believe these people are qualified to work. But requirement that they have to go through attachment and then now become full doctors. And during attachment, this is the time they acquire some of the skills and the practice of what they learned in the classroom. Mr. Speaker, the doctor strike is very painful to the country. And the earliest it is sorted out is the best. Especially during this time, Mr. Speaker, the country has had floods and a very big likelihood of waterborne diseases. There is every need that doctors should go back to work. Mr. Speaker, I have received, including up to yesterday, where a young mother took a child to hospital, and she was told, we are on strike, please look for a private facility. And in that effort, somebody tried to give oxygen to this 6 months old baby. And after 1 hour, the baby was gone. because of the strike. And it was very painful to myself, and I believe that has been duplicated in many parts of the country. It's a high time this House resolves issues of the people. And I believe this is a key issue to be resolved, Mr. Speaker. I thank the committee for what it has done and the proper representation of Senate and Parliament. And I believe with the efforts of the Senate, a solution should be found as quickly as possible. But still I urge the government on the other side to look at the issues and the changing events daily, the health situation in the country, and also the doctors to look at it again. Although the law requires what they have already negotiated to be implemented, then the government should offer something better, which is acceptable to the doctors and all other medical practitioners in the different medical professions, so that they can go back to work and serve Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and support what the committee in Senate have done, and hope that this will be concluded as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Commissioner Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika. Kwanzia mwanzo nataka kushukuru na tena kwa kamati ya afya. Niwaambie kazi unayofanya ni nzuri. Na Bwana Spika, wauguzi, madaktari pamoja na maafisa wa afya ni kiungo muhimu sana katika serikali yetu. Lakini Bwana Spika, sisi tuko wote pamoja. Bwana Spika, sisi ndio tunalipa ushuru. Ushuru huo ndio unatumika Bwana Spika kwa kulipa madeni tulionayo. Vile ambavyo ningependa kuwasihi madaktari Bwana Spika pamoja na wauguzi na wahusika wote wakubali kurudi katika meza, wakubaliane. Ndio tunalewa na yale matakwa wangetaka yazingatiwe Bwana Spika. Lakini kulingana na vile ambavyo Bwana Spika, yale matakwa ya kwanza waliokuwa wameongea kama wale interns walisema wangetaka wote kuajiriwa Bwana Spika, na vile vile kulipwa takribani shilingi 70,000. Bwana Spika, hii ikakubalika. Bwana Spika, ni vizuri kulingana na vile ambavyo nimesikia ripoti tuliopewa, ni vizuri wale madaktari na wale wauguzi waweze kukubali ya kwamba hakuna mtu yote amekataa kusikiza matakwa yao. Lakini kwa wakati huu, kwa vile ambavyo hela haziko, Bwana Spika, zile hela ambazo zimepatikana tayari serikali imekubali, na vile vile wamekubaliana na wale ambao wanawakilisha wale madaktari, hayo mambo yatawezekana. Lakini Bwana Spika, mgomo huu umeendelea, na nataka kusema ya kwamba ukitembelea hospitali zetu, ndio wananchi wanasononeka, wananchi wana shida wanapata. Bwana Spika, mimi ningesema waketi waweze kukubaliana, kwa sababu fahari wawili wapiganapo Bwana Spika, nyasi ndizo humia. Wanaumia ni wananchi wa Kenya. Bwana Spika, watu waache kuwa na misimamo migumu. Nimekuwa nikiona madaktari Bwana Spika wakiwa na misimamo migumu, hawawendi mahali ambapo wanaitwa waweze kujadili haya mambo. Magavana wanafanya mikutano na hawezi kuwaita. Lakini Bwana Spika, vile vile na wao magavana, kwa sababu kuna mambo muhimu ambayo wameulizwa na hawa madaktari wa mahabara Bwana Spika, wamekuwa wakisema ya kwamba waangaliwe na wakifikisha viwango fulani wanapaswa kukubalika katika kaunti zetu Bwana Spika, na waweze kujiandikisha kama kikundi. Bwana Spika, magavana wetu wametupilia hilo wazo, hawalajiangalia. Kwa hivyo kila mtu Bwana Spika anapaswa kusikizwa Bwana Spika, kwa sababu tukiendelea na hii misimamo ambayo ni mikali, wale watakaumia na wananchi wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo ningeomba madaktari, ndio mambo wanayosema tunayakubali, tunayaelewa, lakini Bwana Spika waweze kupatiana muda. Najua wamekuwa akisema haya maneno Bwana Spika, lakini ndio najua machache waliosema yamesikizwa. Sasa na wakubali kurudi kazini, ndio waweze kuhudumia wa Kenya, kwa sababu ni dada zao, ni ndugu zao, ni wazazi wao, na sisi wote tunataka nchi yetu iendelee mbele. Nashukuru Bwana Spika na nasema asante.
Asante. Ukichagua kuzungumza Kiswahili usichanganye lugha, na bila shaka unajua hiyo sheria. Intaz Kiswahili ni daktari mkufunzi. Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These days, we lawyers just listen in bemusement when members whose professions we have no clue stand up here and deride and attack lawyers. These days we just laugh, but it would be interesting if one day you stood up and also told us about your profession, or just attacking lawyers and we don't even know what you do. Mr. Speaker, my doctor is 28 years old. And the last time I went to see her on a routine medical checkup, she expressed to me very serious frustration when she hears members of parliament speaking about doctors. It's as if people have simply refused to listen to these medical professionals or to even understand anything about them. So when you hear somebody who claims to be a lawyer embarrassing all lawyers by trying to draw comparisons between a medical intern and a pupil at a law firm who should be paid in Githeri, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely embarrassing that some of these people share a profession with me. Mr. Speaker, when you speak to these doctors, they don't understand how these things are not getting through to people. How can they spend a whole 3 months explaining to you what a medical intern is, but when you stand up here, you say, oh, we should be standardizing and paying them the way we pay pupils at a law firm. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely frustrating, and I'm sure, even now, she is losing her mind where she is, and I'm hoping that I can channel some of that energy that I'm sure she's going through right now. Mr. Speaker, when she sees members of parliament saying, oh, now the government has no money, but yet we are looking to hire people called cabinet assistant secretaries, or what are those people called? CASs, Mr. Speaker. From which float, from which resources are we going to pay these people? So they tell me every day, they have tried to explain what a medical intern is. They have to bend down to some of these low levels and explain what a CBA means. They have to explain continuity of government, basic concepts. They have to explain, Mr. Speaker, very basic things. And it is very, very frustrating for them. So when I hear people here saying they should sit down and talk, I can assure you, because I talk to these doctors, they have gotten to a place where they have experienced very serious mental block. There is very serious intransigence on the part of the ministries, on the part of the...
Honorable Sifuna, just address your colleagues as honorable senators, not when you hear people. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I wish one day you allow these honorable members to meet these doctors themselves here. When those doctors come here, you will notice there are some honorable members who never go and meet those doctors. I am sure they will not address them the way you are directing me to address them. But since I'm a member of this house, let me address them as you have directed me, Honorable Speaker. I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely frustrating that these doctors have sat down. I really applaud the efforts by the committee, by Senator Mandago, because he has given it his all, and he has always invited us. The last time I was there, the Council of Governors refused to show up, and we were given information that they were watching the proceedings from the comfort of their offices, Honorable Speaker. And yet we wanted everybody in the building so that we can try and see what the issue is. I went there to the last meeting of the Health Committee after I had none other than the head of state saying they have agreed on, I think it was 16 out of 18 issues, and there are only 2 issues remaining. So when I went to Senator Mandago's committee, I was expecting that we will start with those 2 issues that have not been resolved. But we have members of the Council of Governors sitting there and saying, some of these people here, we don't even know who they are. We don't have recognition agreements with them. How do you begin from scratch, Mr. Speaker? Yet this matter has been going on for a very, very long time. So, Mr. Speaker, in the light of the intransigence, in light of the fight that has been taken to the door of the doctors, Dr. Bimji, I think he's called the Secretary General of KMPDU, was not known for wearing hats on his head. He's trying to hide his scar, Honorable Speaker, from a tear gas canister that was fired by a police officer, Mr. Speaker, during exercise of his democratic right to picket and to protest. I gave him my advice that it is why Sifuna wears a sufuria on his head when he goes to Mandaman, because the damage is lesser, Honorable Speaker. If you are wearing something like a sufuria on your head, if you are hit with a tear gas canister, you'll not be hospitalized the way he was. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to express the frustration of the medical practitioners in this house. They are telling me they don't know what language to employ. They have gotten to a place, in fact, Mr. Speaker, for me now, the only appeal I can make to the doctors of this country, now we know that these guys, the government will never listen to you. The government is never going to honor the CBA agreement that it signed. The government is not going to give you what you want. Now just listen to the Kenyans. For the sake of Kenyans, wait this government out. There is going to be a government, Honorable Speaker, that is going to come. people in servitude, that you cannot, under Article 30, hold somebody under forced labor. You need to pay them for their services. So my appeal to the doctors of this country, it's not common for me to advise somebody to abandon their right, to abandon their cause. I know they are right, but they are speaking to a stone. Mr. Speaker, somebody who has deliberately refused to understand their situation in basic terms such as medical intern. Wait this government out. It won't be long, Honorable Speaker. We are in 2025. I can assure you, when this side goes to that side, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you will be there to see it, and I hope you will be sitting there when I'll be addressing you from that other side, Honorable Speaker, you will not have some of these challenges in this country. I thank you.
Senator Sifuna, that is a very good campaign piece. Not necessarily appropriate for the debate before us, but nevertheless, Honorable Mungatana Danson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would want to make a comment on the statement that was read by Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar on the ECOSOC PAP working session on advancing free movement of labor in Africa. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Professor Kamar is a member of our Pan-African Parliament and a professor who has given us a lot of leadership in the Trade Committee. Mr. Speaker, although I head that delegation, but Professor Kamar in the Trade Committee of the Pan-African Parliament has been extremely resourceful. And this particular committee of Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Speaker, held a session recently in the Seychelles. And the main purpose of this session, Mr. Speaker, was to discuss the free movement of professionals, free movement of skilled labor across Africa. Mr. Speaker, although I didn't attend, I know that Kenya was very well represented, and I wanted to just take a minute or two, Mr. Speaker, to discuss this statement that my colleague has filed. Mr. Speaker, African nations filed the African Free Continental Trade Area Agreement, and Kenya was the first one to sign in October 7th, 2022. And the reason is that Kenya stands to gain a lot. If you go to South Africa today, you will find people in high positions like directors in ministries serving the government of South Africa, and these are people who are from Kenya. If you go to various states in this country, including our neighbors here, the amount and the number of Kenyans who have traveled out of this country to go and work, who have applied their skills in these other nations and made a life outside Kenya are a lot. But Mr. Speaker, those people who went at that time, they are facing practical difficulties. Even our children, our cousins, and the new generation that wants to explore opportunities within Africa are facing problems. And this is so, especially when it comes to election times. When electioneering time comes, Mr. Speaker, you will find ruling parties within the African continent becoming very protectionist-oriented. So people who are not from their countries, they tend to bear the brunt. So, Mr. Speaker, it is in our interest now to push, like Professor Kamar was pushing in this meeting, that we must have ratification of the Free Movement of Persons Protocol. This protocol will help establish African nations and African legal frameworks within their own parliaments to protect movement of labor from Kenya to other countries, from other countries to Kenya. The idea of creating a whole continent that is free for us to move. Today, maybe you are working here as a teacher, but tomorrow you can cross over to Somalia and work there. You need to have easy visa requirements. You need to have easy and quick residence application that will allow you to stay there without a problem. You need to have a system that allows you to pay taxes without double taxation, paying at home and paying in that country. And this protocol, Mr. Speaker, that was discussed in Seychelles and as represented by Professor Kamar, it makes those kind of resolutions and awareness. So we have left there as a nation saying that we are coming to bring these matters to our floors of parliament. We are coming to explain to our parliamentarians, our senators, so that they will not be difficult. It will not be difficult when the legal framework is finally developed at the continental level. When it comes to adoption, we are alive and aware about what is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I really support that statement and encourage that we as legislators be abreast and well-informed about matters happening at the continental level. Why? Because Kenya is a large exporter of our labor, especially skilled labor. And Mr. Speaker, if we don't protect our people through this establishment of these legal frameworks, we might end up losing at the continental level. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to support what Professor has done and really thank her, acknowledge what we are doing at that level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by my chair on health, on this issue of strike of medical doctors. Mr. Speaker, I think we are missing the point here. Our committee has done the much that it can do when it comes to the issue of health. We now have the Labor Committee, which we hope will be able to take on the other issues that to do with the issue of salary delays, the issue of promotion, issues related to labor. Although we have taken the time to call the Minister for Health, the Minister for Labor, and also all these other stakeholders, our scope was limited because of issues associated with the committee. But I think it's about time, Mr. Speaker, that we ask ourselves serious questions. And these are serious questions that are supported by the Constitution. Health is devolved. Apart from issues of level 6, from level 1 to level 5, community health workers, those issues are devolved. But the problem has been, and this is where the governors don't get it right. When the national government decide to take on a function which is supposed to be supervised by the county government, the national government come in and say, for the community health workers, we will pay you X amount of money. We'll give them X amount of money. In the small budgets, Mr. Speaker, that we sent to the county governments forget that national government, the Ministry of Health, which is led by someone who is not even a doctor to be able to understand the pain of doctors, gets 141 billion shillings, which is equivalent to the shareable allocation of almost 30 counties. Then immediately the governors say, even us will pay 50%. So you hear headlines, the national government has released 3 billion. So of course, it will also affect the county budgets, and they will also release an additional 3 billion. Where is that money coming from? Then now you hear governor saying, because that is what they said in the meeting, that CBA which was negotiated was not fair. It was not fair. It is discriminatory because other interns should also be getting the same amount. So we can only give them 70. Mr. Speaker, if this House, the Senate, does not take this matter very seriously and deal with it, we will continue failing devolution. We'll continue failing our citizens who have brought us here. Mr. Speaker, when we were passing health-related bills, I remember telling my chair in the committees that this is all about the Benjamins. This is all about money. That's why we are rushing. You know, we are rushing to pass these bills. We read them, they are brought here, and we literally pass them even before the committee considers them. You know, we need to start thinking seriously. And I want to echo the words of my brother, Senator Sifuna, when he says that governments come and go, you know, but institutions should remain forever. This institution as the Senate has got to remain, and it has got to take a futuristic position in terms of defending the rights of our people. If we cannot defend the rights of our people to be able to really fight for devolution, then what are we going to be doing here? I think, Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we now ask ourselves, what does devolution mean in Kenya? Because in other countries, when it is devolution, it is fully devolved. It is devolution. We keep on saying forms follows functions, but yet it doesn't. So I think now I keep on saying, and I want to repeat this thing, that what the doctors are asking for is very basic. It's what has been agreed upon. The doctors are simply saying, give us our 15,000 shillings, which was you were supposed to give us. That is issue number one. The doctors are saying, pay the interns 206,000 Kenya shillings. That is issue number two. The doctors are saying, the Honorable Senator, Majority Whip, you're a doctor. When you fall sick, I'm the one taking care of you. I don't even have medical cover. Please, provide me medical cover so that I can easily take care of you. Very basic things. The doctors are saying, Mr. Speaker, that the national government, the Ministry of Health, must respect court orders. But when we have meetings, they say we have agreed on 15 or 13 matters, we have not agreed on 2 matters. The 2 matters that you've not agreed are the ones that you are mandated by the court for you to be able to agree. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask simple questions, and these are questions that we must all ponder. Do we feel great when our people are dying in hospitals? Mr. Speaker, I can say 80% of all the hospitals in this country are closed now. People go and they lose their patients. Small things which could be resolved just because of this argument saying that an intern is not a doctor. The training that an intern gets is different. A doctor gets is different from any other interns. Completely. So, Mr. Speaker, if we don't know, let's say we don't know, and agree to be told. And this is the biggest problem of having someone leading that docket. And she has got no clue about what doctors go through. Incompetence of the highest order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which should pain all of us. We are here to defend the interest of our people. We shouldn't defend any individual interest. We defend the interest of the collective, all the Kenyans, because the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that right now, the people who are in the Ministry of Health have become overnight billionaires. Why? Because there's a lot of money in the Ministry of Health. When you are controlling a budget of 141 billion shillings, you're equivalent to about 30 governors. So you'll stand there and you say, no, you can easily say whatever you want to say. Because you don't give a hoot in hell about the life of Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I would request you.
Honorable Alekena, if you are dissatisfied with the conduct of the CS in charge of health, you know exactly what to do. You bring a motion and you prosecute it. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. And it is not that we haven't pondered on that. No, we keep on saying, let them deal with the first one they're dealing with the fake fertilizers. Then now we'll come back and deal with the other ones to save humans' life. You know, seriously, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you sit there, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kilifi are also saying, oh, and the people of Kenya are saying, now we elevated our speaker from a person from Kilifi to the country. Can we one day, Mr. Speaker, suspend the sitting of this House and we all march to the Ministry of Health? Or can we use the power that we have? Because senators, you have a lot of powers. Let me tell you. The power on the division of revenue, if you just say no, people will listen. But sometimes you forget the powers that you have. You know, I don't know whether you go and drink tea in other houses which their budget is increasing to 2 billion. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes we see things, and it's good for us to say them here. Because this is where the truth has got no shades of gray. I mean, when you look at budgets, even budgets when they are being allocated out there, you find one member of parliament who is the chair of budget committee has now decided that he will take 1.5 billion for roads of his own constituency when other counties have got no money whatsoever. So you're saying that we have got no money, we've got no money. Then where is equity? We keep on saying, like some of us here, when we stand here, Mr. Speaker, we were trying to rely on the equalization fund because of the, you know, all the issues of session paper number 10 of 1965. But now, someone, just because that person is the chair of the budget committee, decides, I'm going to give 1.5 billion to roads of my own constituency. Shame on him. That's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. And that is why you're saying we are missing the point here. We need now to realign our own existing resources. Instead of us rushing to World Bank to collect, yesterday I saw governors and the president going in to collect 344 million from the World Bank. And all you're doing is that you're causing problems for the future generations. Why can't we learn to then realign our existing resources? If it is true we do not have money to pay doctors, then we should not have 1.5 billion to put roads, to maintain roads. And if you follow closely, Mr. Speaker, and I don't intend to put any improper motive on our colleagues, you'll find that even contracts, Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hillary Wakili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the chairperson of Health Committee for bringing out this very important statement, which has highlighted from among the honorable members who've contributed this afternoon to the importance of the health sector in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we do not mince words when we say that health is a very important need. It is one of the basic rights that we as Kenyans and generally every other human being enjoys. And therefore, when the Committee on Health reaches out to attempt a resolution to the strike that, Mr. Speaker, for the first time has gone for a very long time. I note that the previous strike, Mr. Speaker, took longer than this, and this one, even if it were to have taken a day or two, Mr. Speaker, it is a risk thing to let go of the people who are the ones who would take care of our sickly brothers and sisters from wherever they come from, to be out, not to be working, because one life lost, Mr. Speaker, is as painful as that which has been lost otherwise than by the failure of the doctors to be present to support them. And so the committee that has gone out of its way to attempt to bring forth a solution and also to bring the doctors back in itself is commended. And I want to commend them for that good job. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, have talked here about the challenges that we have. We all have, among those of us who have taken time to read and understand the challenges within the medical field, from the doctors, from the government side, from the unions. And Mr. Speaker, two things have come out clear. And one of which, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we didn't have to wait until it gets to where it is for it to become a crisis, for all the players and parties to get involved and participate in, whether it's about negotiations, whether we're bringing on board the whole government approach. It has been a crisis. We didn't have to wait for it to get to where it is. However, Mr. Speaker, when you look at, again, one major aspect of this issue, we've been told about a CBA that apparently people are saying has not been honored by the government. When we look at that document that was signed previously, it was signed noting the continuity of the government. It was signed by parties where at times certain county governments were involved, especially, were not involved, especially where services indeed are supposed to be committed by the county governments. Such that, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about the crisis that we are in, as we seek for efforts to resolve this long-standing, very important issue, we should not point fingers. It doesn't help. It doesn't resolve. But when a committee, as Health Committee, has reached out, it is going to direct where the blame to be taken. And therefore, I believe that when we talk about a CBA that was signed, who signed that CBA in the first place? Was it signed by the national government? Was it signed by the county governments? Was it signed by the union? Because we appreciate the fact that the rights of the doctors, the rights of all employees is enshrined in the Constitution. They are entitled to have it. And to the extent that they have that CBA, is it that there was an outright intentional failure to honor that part of the CBA? The question is out there. The question is a concern to all the Kenyans. And I believe the intervention by the national government, by the Council of Governors, and the goodwill that we desire from among the unions who are exercising their right, Mr. Speaker, to fight for the rights of their doctors, whether they are interns or whether they are registrars. I believe the Honorable Majority Whip can comfortably defend that aspect the way Honorable Senator Sifuna defended the lawyers in terms of the desire not to compare apples and oranges, or otherwise to compare interns and doctors and interns with lawyers. Therefore, the option that the government is taking, the option that the Committee on Health is taking to intervene is something that we all should support so that we have these doctors back to work, we have our people. And Mr. Speaker, most of the people who actually end up suffering are those who would go to public hospitals. None among the members in this House, as one member did state yesterday, would largely suffer as that villager who would entirely depend on services from a public hospital.
it is something that we must call it as is, and it's something that we must have our own united effort to make sure that the rights of the doctors are protected, and also the rights of those people who entirely depend on doctors for treatment and for services equally is protected. I therefore support and applaud the chairperson of the committee and the members of that committee for the effort that they would seek to intervene and support this cause of bringing the doctors back to work and support the people of Kenya. I thank you.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika pia kwa kunipa fursa hii kutoa kauli yangu juu ya ripoti ya kamati ya afya ambayo imewasilishwa na Senator Mandago, Senator wa Gatuzi la Uasin Gishu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mgomo wa madaktari sasa umekuwa donda sugu, kwa sababu kwa zaidi ya mwezi mmoja tumekuwa na mgomo huo na hakuja kuwa na muafaka wa kuweza kutatua mgomo huo. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia sehemu nyingi wananchi wanapata shida, hususan wakati wa sasa ambapo kumeingia mafuriko na mkurupuko wa magonjwa kadhaa yanayosababishwa na maji. Kwa hivyo ilipo haja Mheshimiwa Spika ya serikali kukubali, kwa sababu hawa wanaotaka madaktari ni wa Kenya, wanatumikia wananchi wa Kenya, pesa zinazolipwa ni za Wakenya. Kwa hivyo sioni sababu gani kwamba serikali waweze kukaa ngumu wakati wale wanaotaka kusaidiwa ni madaktari na ambao wanafanya kazi muhimu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, binafsi nilitembelea hospitali kuu ya mkoa ya Pwani tarehe 1 mwezi huu, na nikaona kwamba huduma nyingi zilikuwa zimesitishwa isipokuwa zile za muhimu tu. Kwa mfano, kulikuwa na wodi ya watoto ambayo ilikuwa inafanya kazi na watoto wengi walikuwa wako pale wanahudumiwa ambao walikuwa wamelazwa kwa magonjwa tofauti tofauti. Lakini la kunifurahisha Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba madaktari walikuwa wanahudumia watoto wale walikuwa wamejitolea, licha ya kwamba wanakuwa na hisia za kuwa waweze kushiriki na wenzao kwa mgomo ili wahakikishe kwamba matakwa yao yamepatikana. Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala ambayo yanazungumziwa na madaktari ni masuala ya msingi. Ni masuala ambayo mfanyakazi yoyote ni lazima aweze kuwa nayo ili aweze kufanya kazi kwa utulivu akijua kwamba haki zake zimelindwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka juzi tulipokuwa na janga la corona, madaktari wengi walipoteza maisha yao kwa sababu walikuwa hawana kinga. Manasi pia walipoteza maisha kwa sababu walikuwa hawana kinga. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, yale mambo ambayo madaktari wanayapigania ni mambo ya kimsingi. Ukosefu wa bima ya afya kwa madaktari Mheshimiwa Spika. Mishahara ambayo iko chini ya kiwango ambacho wanastahili kulipwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Senator Cherargei alizungumzia kwamba madaktari wanalipwa vizuri kuliko mawakili ambao hawajahitimu. Hiyo ni kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu waliweza ku negotiate na serikali na wakakubaliana kwamba walipwe pesa ambazo wanalipwa. Kwa hiyo serikali haiwezi kuja miaka mitatu baadaye ikasema kwamba pesa wanazolipa ni nyingi, kwa hivyo zipunguzwe. Tumeona bajeti ya serikali inaongezeka maradufu. Tumeona juzi bajeti ya CAS na wengineo ambao zinaweza kuhusishwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni swala la ubadilifu wa rasilimali, kwa sababu kama miaka miwili, hiyo ni mwaka wa pili kutoka serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza iingie mamlakani, waliweza kulipa miaka hiyo miwili ile kiwango kile ambacho kinadaiwa sasa. Ni jambo gani ambalo limefanya kwa mwaka huu wakatae warudi nyuma kuhusiana na muafaka ambao ulipatikana miaka 7 iliyopita? Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima serikali irudi nyuma, ikubaliane na matakwa ya madaktari, kwa sababu yale wanayoyataka mengine ni mambo ambayo tayari yako, si jambo jipya ambalo linatakana kufanyika. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Boni, you were on my dashboard, but your name just disappeared. Should I assume that you no longer want to make any intervention so that I proceed to your colleague? Proceed.
There it comes.
Mr. Speaker, in 1976, a few passengers, Israeli nationals, were kidnapped and they landed in Entebbe. And the government of Israel, because of the meaning of a life of an Israeli, came to Israel came to Entebbe with the best of their best, led by Jonathan Yoni, because an Israel life matters. I had thought, Mr. Speaker, because of Corona, COVID-19, Kenyans would appreciate the role of doctors in our lives. I have watched in this country, I've listened in this parliament, including this afternoon, people, our colleagues, attempting to use this opportunity to attack doctors. Be careful. Doctors are just as Kenyans as we are. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, punish them for being amongst the finest in the country. The same doctors you are vilifying, Senator Cherargei, where were you in your primary school when your classmate beat you and qualified with better grades to become a doctor and you couldn't? Mr. Speaker, I request the Senator of Nandi to be apologetic. In fact, it's a privilege to him that we have introduced a system of adult education, Kumbaru, in degrees. Otherwise, traditionally, he should not appear in court at all, because it's only Kumbaru that has allowed him to become a lawyer. He should be told the people he's berating are the same ones who got an A in maths, an A in physics, an A in chemistry, an A in everything, when he was struggling with C minus, C, those kind of things. We must pay doctors. What is the big deal? And
what's your point of order, Senator Mandago?
Honorable Speaker, understanding order 105 statement of fact, I don't dispute that doctors require A's in grades to qualify, but can the Senator for Kakamega prove that Senator Cherargei had C minuses and C? Can he provide evidence or withdraw and apologize?
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases the Senator of Washington, I have withdrawn. But withdrawing does not change the fact. It simply means that the fact has been removed on the menu. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I'm very disturbed when I hear a lot of voices on the minority side pushing the correct agenda, and the majority on the majority side defending the wrong agenda. I wonder, who told members of parliament that you are elected to come to parliament so as to support the government even when in its policy the government is wrong? Who told you? It is our responsibility on the majority side, on the minority side, to critically critique government policy so that we make it better. Mr. Speaker, if we do not correct the problem of these doctors, do you know it can go on for the whole year? For your information, colleagues, your child who tonight will have an asthmatic attack, God forbid, is not going to be treated by anybody else other than the medical interns at the private hospitals because we senior doctors do not go on call. The younger doctors, the ones you're calling unqualified people, they are the ones who are on the first line. They are on call throughout the night, so they moonlight. They go for locum in private practice so as to make up. These guys can remain on this strike for 1 year because when they are on locum, they are paid better. Number two, the principle of perpetual succession. The CBA that was negotiated between the doctors those years before was between the doctors and the minister of that time. I think it was Mutahi Kagwe or somebody. So what Mutahi Kagwe and his fellow cabinet agreed is as binding as the one that Nakhumicha will agree with the doctors. And I want to appeal to Nakhumicha. Nakhumicha, relax. You are our kid sister. Relax completely. I told you, you were in Ekolomani a few months ago, and you said you're going to close Igo Hospital because you found the mortuary. You're not going to close, you're going to demote it from level 4 to some other level because the mortuary service and ambulance service was having a problem. That is not your role, Minister. Your role is to correct, to improve where it is not working. I want to appeal to my sister and tell her that when your day will come, you will be alone. Ask Linturi. Today, Linturi is facing the music alone. Accountability is an individual issue. Go all out of your way, Minister, and help the government to fix the problem of doctors returning on duty. And it's not difficult. I hear, where is the chairman of Finance Committee is not here. But I think it is they're looking for 4.9 billion shillings. If you take the CDF, 200 million per constituency times 290, that is 58 billion shillings. If you just remove 4.9 so that an MP is getting slightly less CDF than they are getting, you'll pay the doctors and there'll be no noise. There is a young man called Ndindi Nyoro, the chairman of Budget and Appropriation Committee, Finance something. That committee in the National Assembly that advises Parliament on issues of appropriation, which figures go where and what not. Ndindi Nyoro, my good brother, relax, work. Instead of setting your eye on an imaginary year called 2032, where your age mates are telling you that you will be ABCD, concentrate, do your work for a few years. Before you came there, Mutaba Musimi was there. Before Mutaba Musimi came there, others were there. Don't use that opportunity to deny key players the benefit of support from the commonwealth of this country called the budget. Mr. Speaker, I therefore will continue insisting that doctors be supported to go back on duty so that we help President William Ruto to succeed. Even his tenure, it will go down in history for 5 years that the medical services collapsed. It is the single agenda that would cause the voters not to want to re-elect our government. So those of us who are supporting that agenda of doctors be paid, we are the ones who are helping the president to get re-elected in 2027. There is no shortcut. It's a question of calling people to the polling station. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the chairman of Health has put in his best. Chairman, we support you. I know how limited your input can be if you don't enjoy the powers of the cabinet, but that does not mean that we shall give up. we will only look for better ways of making sure that doctors return to hospital. Finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me to allow some people to hate doctors, to call them the names they want. Even if you don't like doctors, then like the patients. Because the patients is where you find your wife, where you find your children, where you find your parents, Mr. Speaker. So, if you don't learn to like your parents, your wife, your children, and your friends, when you lose them, the doctors don't come to bury them. It is you who is going to bury them. And I'm glad that the Senator for Nandi has now come back. I wish we could change standing orders so that he could be given another chance to apologize to doctors. Those of us, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Cherge?
Mr. Speaker, in as much I respect the ranking member, the Senator of Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, two points of orders. One, I don't need to apologize to anybody because my facts are unanswered. I said if there is a way we can have conversation about internship payments in this country. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on Standing Order 101. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 101 talks that you cannot talk about another member of parliament who is not. No senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator or to a member of the National Assembly, except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given, calling into question the conduct of that senator or member of National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Senator Boni Khalwale cannot be allowed to be making sweeping statements. These are House of Rules and Orders. Did you listen? Trying to discuss the member of National Assembly of Kiharu constituency, Mr. Speaker, creating a perception among the eyes of Kenyans that instead of doing his job as chairperson of Budgets and Appropriation Committee, he is doing politics. Is it in order without bringing a substantive motion to discuss on the conduct of member of National Assembly, Kiharu member of Parliament, National Assembly, is Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, Mr. Speaker? In as much as he has his opinion about him or whatever he does, Mr. Speaker, our standing orders guide us at any given. Can the Senator of Kakamega withdraw and apologize? Because tomorrow somebody else will come and discuss another member of National Assembly or even the conduct of another person who they are not here to defend himself, Mr. Speaker. I know he has been getting away with many of the things, creating snipes against colleagues, and Mr. Speaker, Senator Boni Khalwale should behave like a majority chief whip. Unless he is the majority chief whip in government but in opposition, he should choose sides. You cannot be having your cake and eat it, Mr. Speaker.
Your point, Senator Cherge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's just that the distinguished Senator for Nandi came in at the tail end of my contribution. He would have seen that I did not raise anything substantive about the Member of Parliament for Kiharu. I know the rules. You came in at the tail end. But, Mr. Speaker, having said like that, I don't know why it is occurring to the distinguished senator to become the barometer to measure how somebody should serve when he is in the office of the government whip. Mr. Speaker, the positions that people have in this country, Mr. Speaker, they are earned. You are here as a senator because you won in Bomet. Cherargei, you are here as a senator because you won in Nandi. I'm here for the same reason. And the fact that I became the chief whip, my brother, it is because of the contribution I made to form the government. You did not invite me to the government I made my contribution. And therefore, if you think my contribution does not meet the position I hold today, then please kindly go and justify that you contributed more than me. I don't think there's a single vote you added to William Ruto because all the votes in Nandi, Ruto was going to get anyway.
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I conclude by telling my brother, for the very final time, if we must remind you, be reminded that for you to become the professional you are, it matched your IQ, intelligence quotient. And for those doctors who you're belittling to become doctors, it matched their intelligence quotient. And for your information, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Boni.
Your IQ, the IQ of a doctor is above 140, if you know what that means.
Senator Boni Halwale. Yeah. Senator Cherage, resume your seat. Senator Boni Halwale, you have concluded your comments, I believe. If not, I will direct that you conclude your comments on it. Senator Cherage, allow Senator Boni to just conclude.
Yeah?
Allow Senator Boni to. Honorable Senators, order, Honorable Senators. Order, Honorable Senators. Order, Honorable Senators. Order, Senators. Order, Honorable Senators. I believe you all know the emotiveness of this discussion that we have had. And I am seeing the interest. Senator Boli, resume your seat. And I'll not allow you to speak any further. I will allow only one more member from either side to speak to these statements. We have expended over 1 hour on this particular statement. I will allow one member from either side, then we progress to deal with other matters in this particular assignment. Senator Boli. Order, Senator Boni. Senator Manzo, you already spoke to this. Then the next person is Senator Eddy.
Thank you. Senator Eddy. Hey, I've been waiting. Senator Alwale, I was protecting you. Can you protect me by listening? Senator Alwale, now
order, Senators. Order, Senators. Allow Senator Eddy to be heard in silence. Proceed, Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, since I got into this house, there is no day I have tried to disparage or in any way belittle any report from any committee or from any individuals who have been given tasks on any issue in this house. But, Mr. Speaker, I must say that the thought expressed by the Committee of Health in this particular document has disappointed me. And it has disappointed me because, Mr. Speaker, I really need your attention. Because the noise I'm hearing here is interfering with my thought process.
Order, Senator Omogeni. Order, Senator Chute.
Mr. Speaker.
Please allow Senator Eddy to be heard in silence.
Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about is so serious that if Senator Mogeni was to get himself in trouble now and go to KNH or Nairobi Hospital, he will suffer and will have to be sent to Dubai. And I don't think he has got the money to go to Dubai. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying I'm very disappointed by this particular document, because this document, Mr. Speaker, chooses to address the various unions of medical and health practitioners to go and sit again and solve their problems. Mr. Speaker, may you protect me from Senator Cherage? Cherage is consulting in a very loud voice, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the challenges bedeviling the health services today in Kenya, for which the medical and healthcare workers in this country are having this strike, at the heart of it is the conflicting relationship between county government and the national government. And therefore, when we get an opportunity as a Senate to pronounce ourselves to these matters, Mr. Speaker, we must pronounce ourselves to the extent that we are bold, we are courageous, and we can be able to make resolutions, not mere recommendations, for people to go and sit and further negotiate. And I've read all the responses here to the different medical unions. Mr. Speaker, if you look at recommendation number 6 here, it says that MOH and KPMDU to negotiate on the internship issue with a possibility of adopting a phased approach. Mr. Speaker, this is what the KPMDU and MOH have been doing for the last months. Mr. Speaker, recommendation number 5 is that MOH to finalize the execution of MOUs between universities and teaching hospitals with regards to matters affecting registrars. Recommendation number 4 is that KPMDU to reopen negotiations with the MOH and county governments. Number 3 is that regarding outstanding issues of harmonization of terms of service, Mr. Speaker, we as a Senate are telling the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council to make recommendations for implementing in a progressive and a phased manner. Mr. Speaker, what are we saying as a Senate? Are we throwing our hands in the air, Mr. Speaker? By the time these issues of strikes were coming to us, and thank God, I think that from the conversation that the COG had yesterday with the different bodies, with the different unions, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a chance that they could be able to agree on a few things here and there. But Mr. Speaker, what we have seen in the last few months of this contestation is that all those bodies have failed. So that it is the Senate that must pronounce itself in this issue with finality and not recommendations. It has to be resolutions of the Senate. And number 2, if the Senate cannot be able to make these things a substantive resolution, then we invite the President of this country, Mr. Speaker, to make a pronouncement that is with finality. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the issues that the doctors are talking about in this country, Mr. Speaker, what do they touch, Mr. Speaker? And we know Senator Sifuna said here that it seems like we don't understand these interns and medical doctors. At least, let's show that we understand what they're crying about. That one we can, because it is very well stated in this document, right? Let us show that we understand what they're talking about. Mr. Speaker, number 1 issue is that they're talking about posting and remuneration of medical interns. They're talking about provision of comprehensive medical cover for doctors. A doctor is treating everyone, and they cannot be able to afford the same medicine that they're giving other people. They are talking about, Mr. Speaker, involvement of doctors in universal health coverage. We have got a coverage that we are trying to have to reach everybody in this country, and the doctors have got no voice in it. Mr. Speaker, how is this difficult to understand? They are talking about salary arrears that have been there since 2017, Mr. Speaker, that has not been given to them. What is so hard about understanding that? The doctors are talking about support for career development. In other countries, Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at what we call the scheme of service for doctors, Mr. Speaker, it is so clear that a Senate like where I find myself today, Mr. Speaker, will be very elaborate about what scheme of service we must start giving our doctors and health practitioners in this country, Mr. Speaker. Today, if you look at our doctors, Mr. Speaker, in the scheme of service, even the most revised one, there is not well-defined career structures for these doctors, Mr. Speaker. A doctor goes, after graduating, they go to where they have been given opportunity to work, whether it is in public hospital or private hospital, but there is no clear career structure, Mr. Speaker. In this country today, Mr. Speaker, apart from careers, Mr. Speaker, there is no well-defined JDs for these doctors, Mr. Speaker. You have studied very well a specific function as a doctor, but then when you're put in an hospital, there is no clearly defined JD for you. You might even find yourself as a very well serious surgeon being put to be a provider of simple Panadol, Mr. Speaker.
To summarize your
I'm summarizing, Mr. Speaker. And what I was expecting the Senate presented itself to, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this scheme of service, we wanted to see specification of responsibility for doctors in this country and how those responsibilities are mirrored in the pay that they get, Mr. Speaker. We want to see that the standard of recruitment of doctors, Mr. Speaker, is also looked at in the scheme of service. We cannot have a country whereby even those interns, for them to be employed, they must know Cherargei, or they must know Eddie Okech, or they must know Mungatana. It's when they get to be recruited. It cannot continue happening in this country, Mr. Speaker. Training and reskilling of doctors, Mr. Speaker. We are in a place whereby in other countries, people are using nanotechnology, Mr. Speaker, in terms of healthcare advancement. And then in the Senate, we don't speak about these things. These are what the doctors are crying about, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the doctors are requesting and urging us that can you look at our scheme of service in terms of advancement, in terms of succession management, in terms of even career planning, Mr. Speaker. How is it hard for this Senate to develop directive resolutions for the doctor, Mr. Speaker? So I stand here as a young person disappointed that we got an opportunity as a Senate to pronounce ourselves to this matter, and we lost that opportunity because we did not give directive resolutions that can be able to rethink the entire healthcare infrastructure of this country, which is devolved under Schedule 4 entirely to devolve functions. It is our mandate, and I want to wish the chairs of different devolved functions in this House, be courageous, be bold when it comes to devolved functions. You can make bolder pronouncements than what you have seen here. I hope that the doctors will listen to Senator Sifuna and listen to me, that just go back to work and hope that one day, sooner than later, a government will come in place to listen to your cries. But I also hope that the president has seen how the Senate has failed the doctors, and probably the president can be bolder and come to endorse some of these schemes of services that the doctors want to be solved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And lastly, I will allow Senator Roba to conclude on this statement, comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been patiently waiting to add my voice to the report by the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker. And before I give my comments, Mr. Speaker, I think I want to remind this House that this government was voted in on the basis of that we recognize each and every individual and we value them, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to our whip, to Senator Sifuna, the doctors who are here with PhDs, the lawyers who always remind us that they are smarter than us. All these people who think, Mr. Speaker, are actually better than other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to them keenly, and I've been sitting here wondering, do they understand that all 47 delegation, plus the 20 senators who are here on a platform of equity? And whether you are a doctor, whether you are a lawyer, whether you are a Mama Mboga, whether you are a Mama Karanga, like our Mama Haki, nominated senator from Mombasa, we are all sitting on the same seats. So, Mr. Speaker, every time when a conversation is brought to this House and I hear lawyers saying, you know, as a lawyer, you know what are you talking about, Mr. Speaker? We are all senators. We are all elected. We are all representing the same Kenyans. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, it is just a reminder to this House that you might think you know everything, but just as Senator Sifuna has pointed out, we don't know everything, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria, do you want to be informed by Senator Faki?
Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. I have a background in architecture. I have a background in community work. I do not want to be informed by a person who does not have 3 backgrounds of relevant and vast experiences in different industries. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. I want to remind all the Kenyans, and particularly our elected leaders from ODM, who, Mr. Speaker, campaigned very hard but failed to convince the electorate because they came with that pride of we are lawyers, we are people. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Kwanza won this government on the basis of kazi ni kazi, Mr. Speaker. Kazi ni kazi. And if you had
Senator Gloria
plan,
Roba, the
yes.
chair is reminding you to confine your comments to the statement. Confine your comments to
I
that
stand
particular
guided. I stand guided, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to put clarity that, indeed, this government was voted in by 50+1% of the Kenyan population on the basis that they were convinced that they wanted a leader who recognizes all people. Mr. Speaker, kazi ni kazi. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, and maybe Senator Sifuna could be right, Mr. Speaker, that we don't understand what medical interns are, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. This issue of trying to elevate one industry as you demote the other, or denounce the doctors as you elevate the other, Mr. Speaker, that is not how we are going to come to a conclusion on how to deal with the crisis that we have with our healthcare sector, Mr. Speaker. First of all, that attitude, Mr. Speaker, that we are expressing, even in this house, the upper house, that some people are higher than others, that is the reason why we have every single time the medical representatives walking out, Mr. Speaker. It is the attitude of not understanding that, first of all, whether you are more special than the other, our doctors are not in hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've also heard various senators, instead of contributing and adding their voice to a solution on what we can do as a House, as a Senate, to help in this negotiation and actually open that deadlock that we have, Mr. Speaker. Instead, I have had very honorable senators come here to try and say that our cabinet secretary should not have been put there because she's not a doctor, Mr. Speaker. Today we had our cabinet secretary of interior. Is he a policeman? Was he a Kenya Defense Force officer? Is he a major general? No. Mr. Speaker, we have to start understanding that that kind of minute thinking is the reason we are not solving the health crisis, Mr. Speaker. We should focus our engagement, Mr. Speaker, on why we cannot meet this issue of the interns, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I finalize on my...
Senator Gloria, there is a point of order from Senator Christopher.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to find out if, according to you, Speaker, it is in order for the senator to say that there are senators in this House with minute thinking. I believe that her point precisely is saying the opposite, that we are all here equitably, and therefore we all have the same type of thinking that brought her here, so there shouldn't be a segregation of those who have minute thinking and those who have otherwise. So I wanted your direction the same so that the senator can be guided.
Senator Gloria, you may rephrase that reference to...
I actually do not recall having said minute. However, maybe for clarity, let me say this, and Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of having gone to St. George's Secondary School, so my English is very good. Mr. Speaker, I actually said that we should not limit our arguments to simplistic thoughts, Mr. Speaker. We should not limit our arguments to simplistic thoughts, simplifying very complex matters, because I have heard Senator Halwale, and it is in the Hansard. Senator Halwale said that our cabinet secretary, who's not even a doctor, does not understand doctors, blah, blah, blah. And in that comparison, I was just reminding the House that we have our our cabinet secretary for interior.
Senator
Mr.
Gloria,
Speaker, having belabored the point, let me conclude on what I want to say, Mr. Speaker. This government was voted in by a majority of Kenyans by the fact that we are standing on equity, Mr. Speaker. Our policies, all the things that are in the plan, the Kenya Kwanza plan, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria, conclude.
I am concluding, but just allow me to conclude, Mr. Speaker. The Kenya Kwanza plan every single policy that is in there, the basis is on equity. We actually won this election because we said, kazi ni kazi, Mr. Speaker. So in that sense, Mr. Speaker, I want to implore my fellow senators, while they are contributing to the issues of doctors,
Senator
Mr. Speaker,
Eddie,
to remember that...
Senator Gloria, there is a point of order by Senator Eddie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of order number 101, content of speech, and 105. Mr. Speaker, you've listened to Senator Gloria executing the issues of elections and how elections were won in this country and how the agenda of the Kenya Kwanza regime are under trial in this particular conversation this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Where is relevance in this, Mr. Speaker? I don't even know which statement Senator Gloria is talking about that has questioned whether the current regime lost an election or won an election, that has questioned whether the manifesto is being followed or not. Mr. Speaker, what is the statement she's referring to?
You've made your point. Resume your seat. Senator Gloria, conclude as you...
Mr. Speaker,
if
you protect me from all these points of orders, you know, the thought would not be lost, Mr. Speaker. This issue of kazi ni kazi, which is a basis of the policies of Kenya Kwanza, it is ensuring, and I am actually magnifying, that whether you're an intern, or you're a doctor, or you're a lawyer, or you're a flight attendant, or a controller of traffic, air traffic, or a hustler, or mamamboga, that we are not going to debate the crisis that we have in the health sector on the basis that the lawyers are the ones who should be allowed to contribute. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that I sit in the Labor Committee, and the issue of CBAs is an issue that actually we need to legislate, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday, we were trying to ensure that a worker from one of the tea factories was compensated their dues properly, Mr. Speaker. And just yesterday, the Labor Committee, and members of the Labor Committee are here, they can tell you, we found out that CBAs can even exist outside the Constitution. There was even a paragraph of a contractual agreement that can never be justified within our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So, our duty as Senate, Mr. Speaker, number one, is to legislate around CBAs, I believe. Number two, is to see how we can add our voice to ensure that the deadlock is open, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the idea of bringing all hands on deck, because, Mr. Speaker, we can't be doing the same things. We've had the same stakeholders sitting in boardrooms, and they're working out on each other, Mr. Speaker. Today, it is the healthcare sectors working out of the Council of Governors. Tomorrow, it is who working out on who. Mr. Speaker, they have even politicized this thing. If you ask me, the leader of the health workers, Mr. Speaker, that guy is now turning into a politician. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying bring those people to Senate, because whatever they've been trying in those boardrooms, with the cabinet secretary, with whoever has been involved, it's clearly not working, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps it is time that us politicians and the Senate step in, we have a conversation here, and who knows, just maybe we might be able to be the solution to whatever is happening in the healthcare sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. That brings us to a close to the comments on the statement by the chairperson of Health Committee. And further statements pursuant to Standing Order 52, I'll call upon Senator Mandago. You have statement. Sorry, I'll go first with Senator Tabitha. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And statement on issue of general topic, concern touches on my Mahu floods disaster. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of national and general topic concern, to issue an update on the current status of my Mahu floods disaster that has claimed over 62 people. On Monday, 29th April 2024, at about 2 a.m. early morning, the people of my Mahu were awoken by a horrific round bang of sound that caused a lot of panic. And little did they know, it was raging waters from a gallery that had built up over a period of time that burst due to ongoing heavy rains. Before they could wake up and run away, the water had already swept them, causing painful deaths, injuries, destruction of properties, livestock, crops, their livelihoods. And the 2 a.m. incident happened when all the people were enjoying their sleep in their respective homes. Little did they know a tragedy was awaiting them. This tragedy claimed 62 lives, left over 100 hospitalized across Nakuru County hospitals, over 120 households destroyed, missing personnel documents, properties, and business destroyed. 36 people missing, 98 primary children, pupils, and 36 high school students in dire need of moral, social, psychological, and basic humanitarian support. The senator for Nakuru County, I've had one-on-one interaction with the victims, and I can confirm to this House that this is one of the worst tragedy that has hit Nakuru, and the victims are traumatized and living in fear, living in fear, and it's written, and the fear is written all over their faces. To count just a few, one family lost one family lost 8 of his family members during the fateful early morning incident. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tragedy happened 6 years later after a similar tragedy happened in Solai, ward, whom Solai Dam burst into banks and killed more than 40 people, destroyed properties, and left people homeless. As we are talking now, the Solai Dam's victims are still on their crying for justice. It is a high time we implement the recommendations that were made by Parliamentary ad hoc committee that investigated the cause of the Solai Dam's tragedy. It is high time that Nakuru County Government, Water Resource Management Authority, WALMA, and National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, provides comprehensive inspection report of all the dams across the county, indicating the measures taken to avoid further disasters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to call for speedy investigations into the effectiveness of existing early warning systems and whether they are being headed by county authorities and the public. We are also need, as a House, to question the capacity of personnel and management who are tasked with the assessment of risks and safety of our dams. We need to know whether they have the capacity to prepare early warning systems that can be used to prevent future risks. I also call for honest assessment on the level and magnitude of destructions that occurred in my Mahu to avoid any doubts of bias and underestimations of the actual loss. The official figures that have been released are low and do not reflect of this reality of actual death and anonymous destructions of properties. We cannot appeal for help to assist the affected victims when we are not providing the right assessment of the disaster. I also call for transparency in allocation and distribution of relief resources to ensure they reach only those who are affected in dire need of relief and to prevent corruption and mismanagement of donations. I call upon Nakuru County government to ensure adequate resources allocated for disaster management in Nakuru County be used to assist the Mahu victims, since they are the most affected as far. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to sincerely thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for visiting the victims, declaring Friday, 10th May 2024, a public holiday in honor of the victims, ensuring complete resettlement of more than the 120 families, victims, promising compensation for the victims and offering his humanitarian support, and ordering professional rescue operations led by our able Kenya Defense Forces, Red Cross, County Government of Nakuru, Ministry of Interior, for setting up a temporary Huduma Center, volunteers, media, and local community leaders who have joined hands to assist the victims in various ways and means. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, allow me to request all my dear colleagues, senators, including you, Mr. Speaker, to join me on Friday, 10th May 2024 to visit the victims and offer moral, social, psychological, and humanitarian support to my Mahu flood victims. I pray that no other Kenyan shall lose life due to circumstances that can be avoided. I extend my sincere condolence to the families who have lost their loved ones. Speedy recovery to those in hospitals, and may Almighty God give them strength, peace, and courage that surpasses all human understanding to bear the loss of their loved ones. Signed by Senator Tabitha Kiruchi. Asante. Can I?
No, that's fine, Senator Tabitha. Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, statement by committee chairperson regarding reports of unethical transplant activities at Medill Hospital, Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)A, I beg to make a statement relating to a matter of which Standing Committee of Health is responsible, namely the grave allegation of unethical transplant activities at Medill Hospital, Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, attention of the Standing Committee on Health has been drawn to a press release by the Kenya Renal Association dated 3rd May 2024 regarding unethical transplant activities at Medill Hospital, Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, the statement from the Kenya Renal Association has raised serious concerns about the reported commercialization of transplants and transplant tourism at Medill Hospital in Eldoret. The allegations involve the sale of kidneys from vulnerable donors and the importation of patients for transplantation, actions that directly violate the Health Act of 2017, which strictly prohibits organ trafficking. Such unethical practices not only undermine the integrity of the medical profession, but also tarnish the reputation of Kenya medical community on international scale. Mr. Speaker, the unethical trade in organs has led to a decline in voluntary donations and has fostered a dangerous black market for organs, posing unprecedented risks to human life. This environment not only encourages trafficking, but also increases the likelihood of violence and exploitation. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the immediate risk of human life posed by the organ trafficking black market, it's crucial to recognize the broader societal implications of such an ethical practice. They erode trust in the healthcare system, undermine the principle of medical ethics, and perpetuate injustices against vulnerable individuals who are coerced or exploited into donating organs. Mr. Speaker, while Medihill Hospital has been singled out by Kenya Renal Association, it is essential to understand that the illegal trafficking of human organs is not isolated to just one institution. Rather, it is indicative of a complex and growing global problem that involves various individual networks and facilities across the nation, region, and abroad, and thus necessitates a thorough investigation. Mr. Speaker, this is to inform this House that my committee is well seized of this matter and will be engaging the Ministry of Health, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, the Kenya Tissue and Transplant Authority, and affected communities, with a view of ensuring that robust and immediate action is taken and comprehensive efforts are initiated for purposes of strengthening regulation, promotion of ethical practice, and building public awareness. Mr. Speaker, I want to further appeal to the chairperson of the Standing Committee of the National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations to engage all necessary government agencies and departments to ensure that these criminal activity are brought to an immediate halt. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also make the statement, reports on the toxic penicillin pediatric cough syrups in the market. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)A, I beg to make a statement relating to a matter for which the Standing Committee on Health is responsible, namely the presence of toxic penicillin pediatric cough syrup in the Kenya market. Mr. Speaker, the attention of the Standing Committee on Health has been drawn to an alarming press reports on the presence of toxic penicillin pediatric cough syrup in the Kenya market. Mr. Speaker, penicillin cough syrup is widely used to alleviate cough, chest congestion, hay fever, and allergic reactions in children between ages of 2 and 12 years old. Mr. Speaker, on April 11, 2024, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board issued a public alert and announced the recall of penicillin pediatric 100 ml cough syrup, purge number 329304. The syrup was manufactured by Johnson & Johnson in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, the recall was prompted by an announcement from Nigeria's National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control, which revealed unacceptable high levels of diethylene glycol and ethylene glycol in the product upon analysis. Both substances are associated with acute toxicity and have been linked to deaths of numerous children in Gambia, Uzbekistan, and Cameroon since 2022. Aside from deaths, ingestion of high levels of this substance can lead to severe side effects, including abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, altered mental states, and acute kidney injury. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed concerning that the Pharmacy and Poisons Board did not detect the issue with the penicillin cough syrup sooner, especially considering its impending expiration in April 2024. The lack of clarity regarding the duration of the syrup's presence in the market, the number of affected children, the extent of the recall, and the potential existence of similar harmful products raises significant concerns about public safety and regulatory oversight. Urgent action is needed to ensure a thorough investigation into the extent of the issue, achieve comprehensive recall of the affected product, and prevent the circulation of similar harmful substances in the market. Mr. Speaker, ensuring the safety and well-being of our children is a fundamental responsibility of any society. I want to assure this House that my committee is fully aware of the gravity of this matter and will be actively engaging with the Ministry of Health, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, to gather comprehensive information and establish the facts surrounding the toxic cough syrup issue. We are further committed to understanding the actions taken by government to enhance pharmacovigilance and post-marketing surveillance in the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we are way beyond the statement hour, and as a consequence, therefore, I will not allow any comment on the three statements that have just been read out, one by Senator Tabitha under Standing Order 52 and 2 by Senator Mandago under Standing Order 56. I will therefore call the next order.
Order number 8, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2024. First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Act and for connected purposes.
Next order, please.
Order number 9, the County Assembly's Pension Scheme Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for contributory pension scheme for members of and staff of county assemblies, establish a county assemblies pension fund for the payment or granting of pensions for retirement benefits to members of county assemblies and members of staff of county assemblies and other related matters.
Honorable Senators, I will therefrom rearrange the order paper, and I will call order number 24.
Shughuli 24, hoja kuidhinishwa kwa ruzuku ya masharti kwa ujenzi wa uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa.
Senator Boni Halwale, you were on the floor when this debate on the motion was adjourned. You had a balance of 24. You had a balance of 10 minutes. So you may take the floor and conclude on your contribution within 10 minutes, the balance of your time.
Mike. Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, wiki iliyopita nilikuwa naendelea na mchango yangu, lakini kwa bahati mbaya nikapitwa na wakati. Ndio Bwana Spika, ningependa kuendelea kwa kukumbusha ndugu zetu kutoka Pwani kwamba tuko nyuma yao kuhusu hii hoja ya muhimu, na katika sera ya kandana Kenya hii, watu wa Pwani wamechangia sana umaarufu wa soka katika hii taifa. Bwana Spika, nilikuwa napitia orodha ya majina ya wale ambao walifana sana katika uchezaji wa mpira. Bwana Spika, nikapata kwamba kwa wale top 50 wa Kenya, top 6 wanatoka Pwani, wakiongozwa na Bwana Spika aliyekuwa mchezaji wa AFC Leopards Mohamed Abbas. Pia tulikuwa na goalkeeper wa kimataifa Bwana Mohamud Magogo alitoka Pwani. Bwana Amram Shiba alikuwa mchezaji hodari kabisa. Vile vile Badi Ali, Ahmed Berik na Ali Sungura. Bwana Spika, kwa ile mchango hawa wamechangia kandanda taifa hii, ni lazima hii uwanja mchezo ijengwe ikamilike, ndio iwe mojao ya kumbukumbu. Tunatarajia kwamba ndani ya hiyo stadium wataweka Hall of Fame yenye majina ya hawa wenye nimetaja inaweza andikwa. Bwana Spika, hawa wachezaji vile vile walicheza na wachezaji kutoka kwangu. In fact, Bwana Spika, kimungumungu, babu ya bibi yangu Elijah Lidonde ndio alikuwa mmoja wao ya wale ambao walishinda Kosech Cup mwaka wa 1962 kule ambaye ilichezewa kule Mombasa. Bwana Spika, huyu Elijah Lidonde alikuwa na sifa ya kiasi ya kwamba kabla astaafu alikuwa amefunga mabao 33 ya kitaifa. Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, naunga huu mswada kwa sababu hii ni njia rasmi yenye tunaweza tumia kutafutia watoto wetu haswa huko pwani maneno ya ajira. Ikikumbuka kwamba kwa wakati huu vijana wenye wanasakata kandanda wao ndio wanalipwa mshahara wa juu kuliko professionals wengine wowote. Ukilinganisha na mchezaji bora anaitwa Haaland mwenye anachezea Manchester United, kijana analipwa Manchester City, ako karibu kuhamia United. Alitoka Tottenham. Bwana Spika, huyu kijana analipwa hundi ya shilingi hundi ya shilingi milioni 300 kila mwezi. So talanta kama hii ambayo iko katika watoto wetu kule pwani tunataka tuikuze ndio wapate ajira kupitia hapo, na hii itakuwa njia mwafaka, Bwana Spika, ya kupigana na ufisadi. Bwana Spika, ingaje ndugu yetu Senator Faki anatuomba tumuunge mkono, tuulize national government ijenge hii taifa, hii kiwanja ya kitaifa, tusisahau kwamba kupitia pesa ya CDF waheshimiwa wawili katika taifa hii wameanzisha ujenzi wa stadia. Wa kwanza alikuwa John Mijuki ambaye alitumia CDF kuanzisha stadium, na wa pili na wa mwisho ni mimi Dr. Boni Khalwale nilianzisha kujenga Malinya Stadium. So members of parliament wako na nafasi kubwa ya kuchangia maneno ya spoti. Bwana Spika, county government ya Mombasa vile vile kwa sababu ya maana ya spoti katika maisha ya watu wa pwani, sioni ni nini inasuia gavana wa pwani kuendelea na ujenzi wa Mombasa Stadium. Mombasa Stadium ambayo aliyekuwa gavana Joho alikuwa amefikiria kuijenga. Gavana ambaye yuko sasa hivi, ambaye ni rafiki yangu wa karibu kabisa, ikiwa atachukua pesa aweke hapo, atakuwa amemfunika Joho, kwa sababu Joho amepaki uchi kulingana na maneno ya Mombasa Stadium.
What's your point of order, Senator Eli?
Nasimama kwa karibu zetu hapa za hoja ya nidhamu 101. 101. Sio 105. Bwana Spika, ingawa sipendi kusimamisha seneta wa Kakamega anapoongea, kwa sababu huwa napenda sana yale maarifa ambayo ako nayo akiwaashiria maneno kama haya, lakini ni vyema kuongelea mtu ambaye asipo katika hii jumba ama mbele ya hii jumba, kama Mheshimiwa Joho ambaye alikuwa gavana wa Mombasa, akimwashiria kwa undani na akijaribu kuangalia na kuashiria mambo ambayo Joho alifanya, ambao sisi kama bunge hatuna hiyo idadi ya maneno ambayo anaongea, ushahidi wowote ambao anaongea juu ya Joho. Ni vizuri kweli, Bwana Spika, si ungemwambia kuwe na hoja kidogo ya nidhamu, aachane na Joho aongee mambo ya
mambo ya uwanja ambao tunaongelea, lakini asiashirie Mheshimiwa Joe, na kama nataka kuashiria Mheshimiwa Joe alete kanuni hapa katika bunge na tutaongelea vizuri kwa usafi na kwa undani.
You've made your point, Senator Eddie. Senator Halwale, you confirm.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika,
I had not given you the mic, Senator Halwale. I was directing that the point of order is raised would only be served well on your comments within the context of the motion. If you're making reference to previous leaders in office, you know the extent of how you can name them or mention them in the course of your contribution or to the motion.
asante Bwana Spika. Nafikiri hapa umenionyesha njia, lakini kwa kupitia tu ningependa kukumbusha seneta wa Migori kwamba katika Public Accounts Committee, ile kamati ya wahasibu, tayari ripoti ya Auditor General, mhasibu mkuu, imeakilisha na imeonyesha kwamba katika ile miaka aliyekuwa gavana Mombasa alikuwa akitenda kazi, imeonyesha kwamba hii ni ripoti ya nyumba hii.
Senator Eddie, allow Senator Boni Halwale
to be
heard in silence. He's making reference to the Auditor General's report.
Yes.
Which is a public document. It has been presented or tabled by the committee. Proceed, Senator Boni.
Bwana Spika, ningeomba ndugu yangu Senator Cage akumbuke kanuni ya nyumba ya taifa ya nyumba hii. Kabla ripoti ya mhasibu mkuu iende kwa kamati, huwa inaakilishwa hapa. It is tabled. Alafu ndio inaenda. Na document yoyote ikisha kuwa tabled hapa, inamaanisha sasa iko katika rekodi ya hii nyumba. Na kwa hivyo kila seneta ako uhuru kuzungumzia mambo ambayo iko katika hiyo report. Ndio nilikuwa nasema tena kwa heshima kwamba ndugu yangu seneta wa kisasa Abdulswamad, ikiwa ataanzisha ujenzi hii, atakuwa amemfunika uchi ndugu yetu Joho, kwa sababu hundi ya shilingi milioni 500 yenye aliweka ndani ya hiyo stadium haijulikani mahali ilienda. Kwa hayo machache Bwana Spika, ninaunga mkono.
Senator Beth Siangwa.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa nafasi hii kuchangia kwa mswada ambao imeletwa na seneta wa Mombasa kuhusu ujenzi wa uwanja wa kimataifa wa michezo kule Pwani Mombasa. Hakika niseme kwamba wanapwani ni wapenda michezo, riadha, mipira, na wanahusika sana kwa mambo ya michezo ambao inapendeza. Tunajua kwamba wanapwani wanapenda starehe, na kwa hivyo ni vyema kuwa na muda kwa kupata uwanja wa michezo ambao itawapa hiyo nafasi ya kufurahia, kushangilia, kuhudhuria michezo na kuhusika kwa hiyo michezo, ndiposa hata hao wahusike kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Tunajua kwamba wakiwa na talanta za michezo, talanta za mipira, talanta za aina zozote zile za michezo, itakuwa inawapa mapato ya kila siku. Wanaweza jipatia fedha, watajijenga kibinafsi na kama community ama kama jamii, na itakuwa ya maana sana. Bwana Spika, ninaangalia kwamba Kenya mwaka huu inatarajiwa kuweka michezo ama kuhost East Africa Legislative Assembly Games. Ndio itakuwa mwenyeji ya kuweka michezo ya kitaifa ya wabunge wa Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo hizo bunge zote sikija pamoja kutoka nchi tofauti tofauti, tunahitaji uwanja kama hiyo inapendekezwa hapa, na kwa kweli tumependekeza kwamba michezo kama hii ifanyike kule Pwani. Kwa hivyo hiyo uwanja tayari ingekuwepo, basi ingekuwa ya maana sana. Badala ya kutoa wachezaji kutoka Mombasa, wengine wachezee Kwale, wengine wakacheze Nyeri, wengine wakachezee kaunti tofauti tofauti. Yote ingefanyika kwa kaunti ya Mombasa kama tungekuwa na uwanja kama huu. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ya manufaa sana ikiwemo. Na kwa hakika itakuwa njia moja ya kuachiria vijana wetu na wanarika waguze talanta zao na wajitokeleze kwa wingi kupata mapato ya maisha yao. Uwanja kama huu ni muhimu, hata ninaona kama umechelewa, ungefanyika mapema. Na kama serikali kuu ama serikali ya kitaifa imefadhili uwanja kama hizi kwingine, kwa nini isifanyike Pwani? Hata tukiangalia kwa orodha ya counties vile Mungu alitumia waliohusika kuandika na kuleta katiba mpya ama iliyoko saa hii, Mombasa inaitwa 001. Kwa hivyo tunaanzia huko. Kwa hivyo hata mambo ya michezo ianze kutoka kule Pwani ikienda kule kwingine. Maana hata counties zinahesabiwa tukianzia na Mombasa. Ni ya muhimu sana. Bwana Spika, kama vile Senator wa Kakamega amesema, Boni Alwale ambao ninaheshimu sana na ni rafiki yangu wa karibu. Hakika kuna wale wanatalanta kutoka kule Pwani. Tumeona wameletea nchi yetu ya Kenya sifa marandufu. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri wakuwe na uwanja kama hii, wajivunie kwamba waliotangulia kuwa wachezaji kuletea sifa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Pia wanakotoka kumekuwa na uwanja wa kimataifa, wako na nafasi ya watoto wao, ile talanta ipitie kutoka kwa wazazi, iende kwa watoto, hata kwa vitukuu. Asante Bwana Spika, kwa sababu hii ni jambo la muhimu, na ningeomba pande zote mbili, pande ya serikali, pande ya upinzani, sisi wote tuungane mkono kuunga mkono huu mswada ulioletwa na Senator wa Mombasa Bwana Mohamed Faki, ndiposa tujenge Kenya pamoja. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Mungatana Danson.
Bwana Spika, napenda kuchukua nafasi hii na mimi pia kutoa maoni yangu kuhusu mswada huu umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Faki. Kujengwe uwanja wa kimataifa sehemu ya Pwani. Bwana Spika, hoja hii ni muhimu kwa sisi sote ambao tutatoka sehemu hiyo. Na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba ni kweli sisi tulipokuwa watoto, ukienda beach kule kuogelea lazima unacheza boli. Na ni kawaida yetu. Mkiwa watoto, watu wanaenda bichi, wanaogelea, wanacheza boli. Na hiyo ni kitu unafanya kila siku, Bwana Spika. Na kwa hivyo ile utamaduni wa kucheza mpira, ukweli uko sana sehemu za Pwani. Na sisi tukiona kwamba sehemu zingine kunajengwa uga kubwa kubwa za kimataifa, lakini sehemu yetu ya Pwani haijajengwa uga kama huo, hatusikii vizuri. Kwa hivyo huu mswada mimi naupatia naunga mkono. Na mimi nakumbuka nilipochaguliwa kwanza kama senator, kulikuwa program ya serikali kuu ambapo waziri alisema wana haja ya kujenga viwanja vya kimataifa katika Kenya. Na mimi nilienda kuomba kama tunaweza kupata nafasi sisi kama Tana River, mahali ambapo na serikali kubwa wanaweza kuweka hela, rasilimali ili kujengwe uwanja wa kutosha. Manake kati ya vitu ambavyo vilikuwa vinatakikana ni nafasi, ni mahali pa kujengwa. Na niliowafuata kwa wizara walisema kabisa kwamba ile manispaa ya Mombasa, ule uwanja ni mdogo, nafasi ni ndogo, na wanataka kujenga kuweka mahali pakubwa. Na nikawaambia Tana River kuna nafasi kubwa, kaunti yetu ni kubwa, iko na nafasi ya kutosha ya kujenga nafasi na uwanja mkubwa wa kimataifa ambao utatumika sio kwa michezo tu, lakini pia kwa mambo ya training na mambo kama hayo. Na watu fikiria kwamba Tana River ni mbali, lakini ukitoka Malindi ukitembea tu lisali moja ushafika Garsheni, hapo hapo karibu na uto wa bahari. Lakini waliniambia uwanja wa Mombasa uko na shida ingine, ya kwamba kuna project ambayo ilianzishwa pale, pesa zilitumika vibaya, wasimamizi wa huo mpango waliharibu, walifuja pesa za wananchi. Kwa hivyo wao kama serikali kuu hawezi kuingilia mpaka maswali yajibiwe. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema kwamba sisi kama watu wa Pwani ni kweli tunataka uwanja wa kimataifa ujengwe, uwanja wa kisasa. Lakini tuseme ati sasa pesa ziliwekwa pale zimepotea, zijulikani ziwapi, alafu tena tuseme serikali kuu ije iweke hapo, naona kama hapo hatutaelewana. Kwanza wale waliohusika wakamatwe, pesa zile tujue zilienda wapi, alafu baada ya hapo kama serikali kuu ataingilia waingilie. Lakini mambo ya kufichiana haya si mazuri. Ikiwa magavana wengine ama serikali zilizopita watu wanakuja wanafuatwa hata wakiwa washamaliza muhula wao, kwa nini wengine wasifuatwe? Sisi kama tunaambiwa kuna pesa ziliingizwa pale na zimepotea, kwa nini tusiulize maswali? Kwa hivyo tunataka ukweli ujulikane kabla ya pesa zingine kuwekwa pale. Na mimi namshukuru Governor Abdulswamad kwa sababu hajaweka pesa pale mpaka maswali yajibiwe, tujue ukweli ilikuwa namna gani, tujue viliendaje, zile pesa zilizowekwa kwanza ziko wapi, alafu ndio tujenge. Na si lazima ijengwe pale Mombasa hapo hapo town, manake hakuna nafasi ya kutosha. Watu wanaweza kwenda mbali nje huko Mtwapa huko mbele kwenda Kilifi ambako mashamba yako ya kutosha na nafasi ziko. Watu wajenge uwanja wa kisasa. Lakini kufichiana hivi, kufichiana na kusema serikali kuu ije weke pesa, hizi pesa zetu bwana, tuzifanyia kazi. Haiwezi kuwa tutumia tu ili hali wengine wanajificha na wamepata utajiri ambao haueleweki. Basi Bwana Spika, mimi ningesema hoja hii geuzwe kidogo. Ni kweli tunakubaliana kwamba tunataka uwanja, lakini isiwe kwamba ni kufichiana. Kwanza ukweli ujulikane ndio serikali kuu iingilie. Kwa hayo machache, asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Mugeni Okongo.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia naomba nizungumze kwa lugha ya kitaifa na nasimama kuunga mswada ambao hoja hii ambayo imeletwa na rafiki yangu Seneta wa Mombasa Mheshimiwa Mohamed Faki. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati sisi tulikuwa tukiangalia mpira nikiwa mdogo, siku zile ambazo timu yetu ya Harambee Stars ilikuwa inawika sana, tulikuwa tunamheshimu goalkeeper mmoja ambaye alikuwa anaitwa Mohamed Abbas. Na Mohamed Abbas alianza kucheza mpira akiwa kule Mombasa, akichezea nafikiri ile timu ilikuwa inaitwa Faisal Football Club kule Mombasa. Na akaja akajiunga na klabu ya AFC na akawa goalkeeper maarufu sana katika kanda ya Afrika Mashariki na hata kati. Wakati ulikuwa na ile mashindano ambayo ilikuwa inahusisha nchi za Afrika Mashariki na kati. Kwa hivyo watu wa Pwani, watu wa Mombasa ni watu ambao wanapenda mpira sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ikiwa seneta wao ambaye pia ni mchezaji shupavu sana, ambaye huwa anachezea timu ya bunge la kitaifa katika hii michezo ya mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki, ameleta mswada huu kuomba kwamba apewe bilioni 1 na 700,000 kujenga, ndiposa kaunti ya Mombasa ijenge uwanja wa mpira, mimi naunga mkono. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile ujuavyo, maneno ya michezo katika nchi za kule Ulaya ni kati ya zile industry ambazo zimeweza kupatia umaarufu vijana wengi, na wameweza kujisimamia kuingia katika hali ya maisha mazuri kupitia michezo. Kwa hivyo hii hoja ambayo imeletwa na Mheshimiwa Faki, naomba kwamba sisi wote kama maseneta tuiunge mkono. Kenya, sisi tuko na ndoto ama tumewasilisha maombi ya kuja kufanya host ile ya michezo ya Africa Cup of Nations. Na kama tunataka kushinda ombi letu la kupata haki ya kuwa na hiyo michezo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya hapa, shari tuwe na viwanja ambavyo viko katika hali ya kitaifa, ya kimataifa. Na zile miji yetu mikuu kama Kisumu, kama Nakuru, kama Mombasa, Kakamega zahitaji viwanda ambao viko katika kiwango kinakubaliwa kimataifa na ile shirikisho la kandanda la FIFA. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga sana hoja hii ya Mheshimiwa Faki. Mwaka huu Mheshimiwa Spika, tutakuwa na bahati sana, Mungu akitujalia, kwa waandalizi wa michezo ya mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki, na tutakuwa kule Mombasa, Mungu akijalia. Mombasa ndio itakuwa mji ambao utakuwa una host zile michezo. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tumepeleka ujumbe mzuri sana katika watu wa pwani kule Mombasa, sisi kama wabunge tukienda kule kwa hii michezo, na pia tuwapatie zawadi kuonyesha kwamba kama serikali kuu tumewapatia pesa ya kuwasaidia kujenga uwanja wa kimataifa wa mpira kule Mombasa. Na maneno ya kujenga viwanja vya mpira sio rahisi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kule katika kaunti yangu ya Nyamira, sisi tumejaribu kujenga uwanja kwa miaka imefika sasa 12. Miaka 12 na hatuna uwanja. Kila mara gavana wetu tukimuita huku Nairobi, anakuja anatuambia mngoje miezi 6 uwanja utakuwa. Hadi sasa hivi sisi hatuna uwanja, na tulikuwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kule Nyamira sisi ndio wale ambao tulikuwa na wale wakimbiaji walioshinda medali ya dhahabu katika michezo ile ya miaka, ilikuwa mwaka 1972 kule Munich, wakina Nyandika Mayoro. Kwa hivyo sisi watu tunapenda michezo kabisa. Ukiangalia katika ile michezo ya kukimbia, mbio kuzunguka uwanja mara 2, tunaita mbio ya 800 ile. Ule ambaye anavunja rekodi sasa ni mtoto wetu kutoka jamii ya Omogusi. Ule msichana wa kike yule. Mnamjua Obiri? Unamjua yeye msichana yule wa kike pale? Unamjua Esther Obiri, Mheshimiwa Spika? Obiri akiingia uwanjani kukimbia zile mbio za 10,000 ama katika marathon, Wakenya wote huwa wako katika TV pale kumtazama yule mwanadada, na mara nyingi huwa anatuletea dhahabu sisi. Kwa hivyo kama mimi pia kama seneta wa Nyamira, ningependa sana ule gavana wangu ambaye namheshimu, Amos Nyaribo, ajikakamue amalize ule uwanja wa kule Manga kule katika kaunti yangu ya Nyamira. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna mtu, hata yeye gavana mwenyewe sidhani kama anaweza kujenga nyumba yake kwa zaidi ya miaka 12. Ukiamua kufanyia wakazi wa kaunti kitu, fanya haraka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Huwezi ukatumia hizo pesa zote lakini iwe bado kwamba wewe hujamaliza huo uwanja kwa hii miaka yote. Haitakikani hivyo, na tunaomba magavana wetu tafadhali, hata yule gavana rafiki yetu wa kule Mombasa, kijana wa mzee tuliokuwa tunampenda sana, Sharif Nasir, ambaye ni gavana, akibahatika apate hizi pesa, tunamuomba azitumie vizuri, hakikishe kwamba watu wa Mombasa wamepata uwanja wa mpira ambao utakuwa ni kiwango ya vile viwanja vingine vya kitaifa kule juu. Sijui kama siku hizi kuna timu yote ambayo inacheza katika Premier League kutoka kule Mombasa. Kuna Bandari. Tunataka tukienda kumenyana na timu yangu sisi kule kutoka Gusii. Tuko na timu yetu ndio Shabana. Tukikuja Mombasa pale watu tunasema Tore Bobe. Hiyo ndio slogan yetu, timu yetu ya Shabana. kwa Kikisii, nimesema quote and quote, tunasemaga Toribobe, tukienda kule Mombasa, hiyo ndio tunasema. Kwa hivyo tunasema mheshimiwa, acha tusaidie vijana wetu wapate uwanja mzuri. Huwezi jua kesho unaweza kuta Mombasa, nani anajua? Unaweza amka kesho uwe unaangalia mpira kama ile tutaangalia leo, timu ya Madrid na Bayern Munich, ukute ni kijana wa Mombasa ameenda kule anacheza katika European Champions. Na akiwa anacheza kule, mheshimiwa Spika, sisi wote tutakuwa tunajivunia kama wana Kenya. Na huyo kijana akienda kule atakuwa anasaidia kunaurisha ile uchumi wetu. Na ningependa pia kumweleza seneta rafiki yangu ambaye amefika hapa, nilisikia kwanza alichangia maneno ya madaktari. Na nasikia akisema kwamba madaktari anatakana walipwe kama wale mawakili ambao hawajahitimu. Mimi namuomba Seneta Cherargei ambaye ni rafiki yangu wakumbuke, Waswahili wanasemanga usitukane wakunga uzazi ungalipo. Usitukane wakunga uzazi ungalipo. Waswahili husema hivyo. Hao madaktari, mimi siwezi kumtukana daktari bwana, kwa sababu sijui naweza toka hapa nijikute niko kwa mikononi mwa daktari bwana. Na mimi nataka nikienda kule kwa hospitali nihudumiwe na daktari ambaye mheshimiwa Spika amelipwa pesa vizuri na serikali yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika awe ni mtu amepata pesa, akirudi kwake nyumbani ako na pojo. Mheshimiwa Spika ndiposa aweze kutuhudumia vizuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ujui, wale ambao wanaumia sana, katika huu mgomo, hako na hoja ya nidhamu.
Yes, resume your seat, Senator Morgan.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kulingana na kipengee 105, lazima ukuwe na uhakiki ya yale ambao unasema na ambayo inanakiliwa katika rekodi za bunge la Seneti. Je, ni kweli kwa kiongozi wakili Senator Commissioner Mheshimiwa Okongo Mgeni kuonyesha dana ya kwamba mimi ambaye ni mstahiki na mwenye heshima zangu kama kiongozi kuwa nadalilisha ama nakosa heshima katika madaktari? Mheshimiwa Spika, kweli hiyo ni haki? Na mimi najulikana kuwa naye mheshimu kila mtu, hata yule hajazaliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba aondoe na aombe msamaha mara moja. Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Cherargei, I think the record is clear that he didn't make specific reference to that. So, Mr. Senator Omogeni, proceed.
Nafurahi sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu kana rafiki yangu Mheshimiwa Cherargei sasa amegundua umuhimu wa madaktari na amesimama hapa kuomba msamaha. Ingekuwa jambo la kustajabisha sana kama angerudi nyumbani alale na bado ameongea vibaya kuhusu madaktari. Kwa hivyo ndugu, wajua mimi katika kitengo cha uwakili, mimi naitwa mshauri mkuu ama wakili mwandamizi. Kwa hivyo nikizungumza mpaka unielewe, na kushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Seneta kwa kusimama na kuomba hawa madaktari msamaha. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nazungumza kwamba nikizungumzia hii hoja ya madaktari, Mheshimiwa
Senator Okongo, there was no point of order that I directed that you respond from Senator Cherargei. So conclude on the motion by Senator Faki.
Yes. Haya. Wacha nimalize. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba Mheshimiwa, hii maneno ya madaktari ambao kwenye mgomo, wajua ukiangalia wale walimu walio kufundisha kule nyumbani ama wazazi, wajua bima ya afya haipeani na makampuni ya kupeana hizo bima ikiwa umefika miaka 80 kwenda juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hivyo wale wa Kenya ambao wanaumia zaidi tukiendelea kuwa na mgomo wa kitaifa wa madaktari ni wale wazazi wetu. Mheshimiwa
Senator Okongo,
Speaker,
you are contributing to the motion by Senator Faki. That debate on the motion, on the statement, on the strike that was ongoing by the doctors was concluded.
Naomba msamaha, ni kwa sababu mambo haya Mheshimiwa Speaker. Wajua ikiwa madaktari wamegoma ulali usingizi Mheshimiwa Speaker. Ndio maana nikasema niibe dakika moja nizungumze, kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe sijui nitahitaji daktari lini bana. Naweza nikawa kule Nyamira, Mheshimiwa Spika, na nikashikwa na homa nikaugua, nitakimbia katika hospitali kuu ya Nyamira kupata huduma ya dharura pale.
As you apologize, your apology is accepted. Kindly conclude.
Kwa dakika moja tu kwamba serikali yetu kwamba ijaribu kutafuta suluhisho. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatulali sisi kama viongozi. Masimu ambazo tuwapata kutoka wale ambao tunawakilisha hapa ni nyingi mno, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo sitaki nizungumze zaidi ya hayo, na wasimama kwa kuunga hoja rafiki yangu seneta wa Mombasa ambaye ni mwenye bidii sana. Si wengi wanafikiria kuja kuomba pesa kupelekea gavana kujenga uwanja wa mpira. Kwa hivyo nataka nimshukuru sana huyu seneta Faki kutoka kule Mombasa, na niombe maseneta wenzangu waunge hoja hii mkono ili tumweze kumpatia hizi fedha waende wakajenga uwanja wa mpira katika ile kaunti ya Mombasa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Pia mimi ningependa kumuunga mkono ndugu yangu Senator Faki ambaye ni seneta maarufu sana na mwenye bidii sana katika bunge kwa hiyo hoja ya kuidhinisha kwa ruzuku ya masharti kwa ujenzi wa uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa. Mwenyekiti, unajua Mombasa ni jiji la pili katika nchi yetu. Ni aibu kubwa kama tunaweza kuwa na jiji ya pili katika nchi yetu na unapata kwamba hauna uwanja wowote au vifaa vya kisasa ambavyo vinaashiria maneno ya michezo pamoja na maneno ya kitamaduni. Mwenyekiti, Bwana Spika, tunafaa kuwa na vifaa hivi vya kisasa katika Mombasa, kwa sababu bila kuwa na hivi vifaa katika jiji la Mombasa, na unapata kwamba Nairobi tuko na vifaa kama hizi karibu 10, inafaa kuwa hivi vifaa zinasaidia watu ambao wanaenda Mombasa na wao pwani pia. Kwa hivyo hii hoja Bwana Spika ni hoja ambayo inafaa kuashiriwa kwa undani, na sisi kama Senate ama kama seneti. Na pia Bwana Mwenyekiti, ukiangalia katika coast ama pwani, uangalie pwani, utapata kwamba kila saa huwa tunaongelea na tunaashiria maneno ya vijana kutumia miadarati. Na tumeongelea hii janga la miadarati katika pwani kwa miaka na mikaka. Mimi kama kijana ambaye natoka katika jamii ambaye napenda michezo, sikujua kwamba ukienda pwani upati viwanja kama hivi ambao vijana wanaweza enda pale na wacheze na waanze kufunzwa maneno mazuri na mambo mazuri ili wajikinge na ile janga ya kukaa tu bila michezo na kukaa bila kuwa engage kwa ile mambo ya kucheza kila saa, kujihusisha na maneno ya michezo. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana kwamba seneta Mombasa ameonelea ni vyema kwamba jiji la Mombasa inafaa kuwa na uwanja kama huu ambao sisi kama Senate tunafaa kuunga mkono ili iwe pale. Ya tatu, Bwana Mwenyekiti, unajua mimi natoka katika jamii ambayo inapenda mpira sana. Ukiangalia katika historia ya Kenya, kuna jamaa anaitwa Dennis Oliech. Dennis Oliech ndio kijana ambayo ako namba 2 katika Kenya yetu kwa kuchapa mabao ya kimataifa baada ya kijana ambaye anaitwa Ouma William Chege, ambaye yeye alifunga mabao 35 wakati alikuwa anachezea Harambee Stars. Na bwana Dennis Oliech alifunga mabao 34 wakati alikuwa anachezea Harambee Stars, Bwana Mwenyekiti. Na Bwana Mwenyekiti, huyu Dennis Oliech mwaka wa 2004, Dennis Oliech alisimama na nchi yetu wakati tulikuwa tunajaribu ili tuingie katika ile michezo ya kimataifa ya Afrika nzima. Na Dennis Oliech alifunga ile bao ambayo tupeleka pale. Tukaanza kucheza mpira pale. Na hata wakati tulikuwa tunacheza huo mpira katika huko kule Burkina Faso, tulipofunga Burkina Faso mabao 3 kwa nunge, Dennis Oliech alikuwa wa kwanza kufunga pale. Na mpaka wa leo bwana mwenyekiti, mtu kama Dennis Oliech hajawahi patiwa ile unajua recognition ambayo anataka katika nchi yetu. Sasa inafaa bwana mwenyekiti kwamba ukiangalia pali kama kule Mombasa na pwani yote, kuna vijana wanacheza mpira kwa hali ya juu sana. Lakini ndoto yao ya kwenda mbali ama ndoto yao ya kwenda kucheza hata kwa vilabu vikubwa nje ya nchi ama nje ya bara ya Afrika haiwezi timika kwa sababu hawapati vifaa vya kisasa ambavyo wanaweza kutumia ili au pia wajiendeleze kimchezo na wasimamie jamii yao. Na ingawa sisi kama jamii ya Kenya tunajua kwamba wachezaji kama wanariadha, wanasoka na michezo zingine, michezo mingine ambayo tunaona katika nchi zote, ni watu ambao wanaletea nchi sifa kubwa sana. Kwa hivyo itakuwa juhudi yetu kama seneti ili kusaidia bwana Faki, Senator Faki, ili apate hizi pesa, apelekee ustadhi mwenyewe, ule sultani wetu pale, Governor Abdinasir, ili atengeneze hii uwanja na vijana wa Mombasa wapate nafasi ya kucheza soka vilivyo. Nimeona pia bwana mwenyekiti kwamba serikali ya juu imekuwa ikijaribu kuashiria maneno ya kutengenezea vijana kazi. Na kwa sababu vile tumesema tutakuwa na ule jumuiya ya mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki watakuja hapa, jumuiya ya mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki watakuwa wanakuja kucheza hapa mpira bwana mwenyekiti. Itakuwa muhimu ili watu wa Mombasa na jamii ya pwani wapate hizi pesa kwa haraka ili hii stadium itengenezwe katika ama hii uwanja wa mchezo utengenezwe katika huu mwaka, ili vijana katika pwani wapate nafasi ya kupata kazi wakati tutakuwa tunatengeneza hizi.
Senator Eddie.
Ndio.
Yuko tayari kusikiza hoja ya kujulishwa na Senator Mazayo?
Huyu ni mkubwa wangu na unajua pia anatoka kule pwani. Kwa hivyo bwana Stewart Mazayo amekubaliwa kunijulisha wakati wowote yule.
Senator Mazayo, tafadhali umjulishe.
Asante bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nataka kumweleza tu ndugu yangu, kumjulisha kwamba jina la gavana wa Mombasa anaitwa Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. Sasa amekosea amesema jina lingine ambalo halikusikika vizuri. Ambalo halipo. Kwa hiyo namjulisha tu kwamba jina lake la kisawasawa anaitwa Mheshimiwa Gavana Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir.
Unajua nashukuru Senator Mazayo. Unajua kwamba jina yako ni Mazayo. Unajua wakati nilikuwa nadhani naongea kwa Kizungu. Na hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuchangia katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Sasa nikadhani kwamba ninasema jina yake kwa Kiswahili. Lakini sasa ni kama umesema jina yake kwa Kizungu. Sasa nimekubali kwamba hiyo jina inafaa kuwa the same ama inafaa kuambatana na Kiswahili na Kizungu. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana. Ya mwisho bwana mwenyekiti, ningependa kusema kwamba serikali ya juu ina uwezo kulingana na katiba yetu. Ukiangalia katika kipengele cha katiba yetu, kipengele cha 203, kuashiria hii mambo na kupatia kaunti ya Mombasa hizi pesa. Na nilikuwa nasema kwamba kabla ndugu yangu Senator Stewart aongee, nilikuwa nasema kwamba kwa sababu tutakuwa na jumuiya ya mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki ambao watakuwa nakuja. kwa sababu tutakuwa na jumuiya ya mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki ambao wanakuja katika nchi yetu kucheza mpira zile za jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki huwa tunafanya kila mwaka. Ingekuwa vyema bwana mwenyekiti kama hizi pesa zingepelekwa.
Senator Eddie, Senator Boni Halwale, yuna hoja ni damu.
Naomba kumsahihisha seneta wa Migori kupitia kipengee namba 105 kwamba sio haki wewe kupotosha taifa kwamba mchezaji ambaye amefunga mabao mengi ni Dennis Oliech. Ningependa nikufahamisha kwamba Dennis Oliech amewahi funga mabao 9 ya kitaifa. Michael Olunga amefunga 50. Chego Uma amefunga 9 na Victor Wanyama amefunga 58. Inatoka katika mtandao ambao ndio unaweka rekodi za kitaifa, na kuomba uponyeshe Google.
Senator Eddie.
Bwana mwenyekiti, nimekaa katika hii bunge karibu sasa tunaelekea mwaka wa pili. Sijawahi ona ndugu yangu seneta wa Kakamega akicheza hata mchezo ule wa mama wa kufunga na kamba. Sasa katika tukiongea ile wa mama wanaitanga bloody. Sijawahi ona akicheza, hata sijaona akicheza ule wa vukapu. Hata hiyo bullfighting ambaye anasema anacheza bwana mwenyekiti.
Senator Eddie, you understand the standing orders of this house.
Sasa bwana mwenyekiti,
you want to proceed in English, proceed in English.
Alijaribu kunikosoa na nikasema kwamba na ningependa kumsaidia kwa sababu haelewi mambo ya mpira. Nimesema mchezaji wa Kenya ambaye kabla astaafu amefunga yale mabao yote ile amefungia timu yake ambayo ni Harambee Stars ambayo ni timu ya taifa. Ouma Chege ndiye amefunga mingi kabla ya kustaafu. Tuwezi ongea juu ya Olunga kwa sababu Olunga hajastaafu kucheza mpira. Olunga bado anacheza mpira. Ouma Chege alistaafu kama amefungia Harambee Stars mabao 35. Oliech alifungia mabao Harambee Stars mabao 34. Ndio nilikuwa nasema kabla ya kustaafu. Na unajua kwa sababu yeye ni daktari ambaye kustaafu pia kama anaingia kwa siasa ajui maana ya kustaafu. Sasa nitamwambia maana ya kustaafu nje ya bunge. Bwana mwenyekiti, nilikuwa namalizia nikisema ingekuwa vizuri na vyema kwa sababu katiba inapatia serikali kuu nguvu ya kupatia kaunti hizi pesa za ziada katika kipengele cha 203 katika katiba yetu wakati wowote ule ambao ingependa kuwapatia, kwa sababu tunaenda kwa bajeti ya huu mwaka kwa huu mwezi tunatengeneza bajeti. Ningependa kuomba kwa serikali kuu kwa niaba ya watu wa Pwani na kwa niaba ya ndugu yangu Bwana Faki kwamba serikali ingeenda kwa haraka iwapatie hii pesa ili waanze kutengeneza hizi mastadia mwezi wa 7 mwezi wa 8 hapa, kwa sababu wakati tutakuwa na ule jumuiya ya wabunge ya Afrika Mashariki wakikuja mwezi wa 12 ingekuwa bora zaidi ili tukue na ile stadia pale Mombasa ili watu wajumuike. Na hata wewe bwana mwenyekiti wakili Sigei, juma iliyopita nilikuwa kwako. Tena nilipata kwamba umetengeneza mchezo mkubwa zaidi pale. Na uliona vile uwanja ulikuwa umefurika pale Bomet. Vijana, wamama, wazee na jamii yote walikuwa wamekuja kucheza mpira pale Bomet. Mimi nikasikia niko na furaha ndani zaidi kwa sababu jamii yote ilikuwa imejumuisha katika mchezo. Ni vyema kwamba watu wa Pwani pia wangekuwa na ile cheche na mbwembwe na haha wakati ambao na hoi wakati ambao wamepata uwanja mzuri na ambao uko na vifaa vya kisasa wacheze mpira, wajumuike na Wakenya kufurahia kuwa na uwanja mzuri. Kwa hivyo naunga hii hoja ndugu yangu Seneta Faki, na ningependa kusema kama kijana barubaru ambaye ako katika Senate.
Muda wako wa kuendeleza umeisha. Senator Mandago Jackson.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, nichukue nafasi hii pia kuchangia kwenye mswada wa uwanja wa Manispaa wa Mombasa. Kwanza kabisa niseme Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya viwanja katika taifa la Kenya ni mambo ya muhimu sana. Na nikichangia kwenye mswada hii wa Mheshimiwa Seneta wa Mombasa Faki, ni ya kuwa si uwanja wa Manispaa ya Mombasa pekee ambayo imecheleweshwa. Kule katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, Mheshimiwa Spika, unavyoelewa tuko na uwanja wa kihistoria wa Kipchoge. Na vile unavyoelewa Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu hiyo ndio imetoa wanariadha wengi ambao wameweza kubobea kwa michezo ya kimataifa na kuletea fahari nchi hii ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo wakati tunakadiria jinsi uwanja wa Manispaa ya Mombasa itashughulikiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia viwanja vingine kama kiwanja ya Kipchoge Keino kule Eldoret, kiwanja ya Kamarin kule Elgeyo Marakwet County, na pia uwanja wa Kipchoge Keino kule Kapsabet ni baadhi ya viwanja ambavyo vinafaa kuwa vimeshughulikiwa na serikali. Isitoshe kuwa pia serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa iweze pia kutumia fedha ambazo zimepewa kwa ukatuzi wa Mombasa ili pia kujaribu kuboresha hiyo uwanja. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya michezo ni ya muhimu sana kwa viwango vyote, hasa kwa vijana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiweza kupata nafasi mahali pazuri pa kufanya michezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, vijana wetu wataweza kuepuka na mambo kama ya miadarati na mambo ya upotefu wa tabia ambao wangetumia muda Mheshimiwa Spika kufanya michezo kwenye uwanja hizi. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono mswada huu, lakini pia kusema wanapongojea serikali kuu ama fedha kutoka kwa serikali kuu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata pia hawa kama serikali ya gatuzi ya Mombasa waweze kuiweka kwa orodha ya kwanza kwa baadhi ya mambo ya maendeleo ambayo yanafaa kutekelezwa kule kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mswada huo mkono. Asante.
Honorable members, that brings us to close on contributions to this particular motion, and there being no other person interested in contributing, I'll call upon Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kujibu hoja zilizotolewa na maseneta kuhusiana na hoja hii ya kuidhinishwa kwa ruzuku ya masharti kwa ujenzi wa uwanja wa Manispaa ya Mombasa. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuwashukuru maseneta wote ambao waliweza kuchangia hoja hii. Seneta Mazayo ambaye aliunga mkono wa kwanza, Seneta Daniel Mahanzo wa Makueni, Seneta Samson Cherargei, Seneta Ledama Olekina, Seneta Khalwale, Seneta Beth Siengo, Seneta Danson Mungatana, Seneta Okongo Mogeni, Seneta Eddie Okech na mwisho Seneta Jackson Mandago, ambao Mheshimiwa Spika walichangia kwa lugha ya kitaifa ya Kiswahili. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la kufurahisha pia ni kwamba hoja hii tumeizungumza na kuichangia kwa lugha ya kitaifa ya Kiswahili, ambayo ilikuwa nafikiri ni jambo la mara ya kwanza kwa hoja kuletwa katika bunge hili kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na ikajadiliwa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili mpaka ikakamilika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia kushukuru mchango wa maseneta wote ambao wamechangia hoja hii na wamesisitiza umuhimu wa kuwepo kwa uwanja wa kimataifa katika eneo la Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sasa kwa mfano uwanja unaotumika ni wa shirika la bandari KPA, lakini kwa sasa wameufunga kwa sababu wanafanya marekebisho kwa uwanja huo. Uwanja mwingine Mheshimiwa Spika ambao unaweza kutumika na timu ya bandari ni uwanja wa Ukunda, ambako Ukunda ni karibu kilomita 40 kutoka jiji la Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hali hii inaonyesha kwamba ipo dharura ya kukamilisha kwa uwanja huu ili watu waweze kupata nafasi ya kuona michezo ya kimataifa na vile vile pia kushughulika na masuala mengine, kwa sababu uwanja si utakuwa wa mpira peke yake, lakini uwanja huu utakuwa na kidimbu cha kuogelea, utakuwa na hall ya sanaa, yani auditorium. Kwa hivyo ni uwanja ambao ni kamili kabisa. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala nyingine ni kwamba sio kwamba kaunti ya Mombasa haijawekeza katika uwanja huu, lakini zile pesa ambazo wanawekeza, kwa mfano katika bajeti ya mwaka 2023-24 walikuwa wameweka milioni 80 peke yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, milioni 80 hazitoshi jambo lolote. Milioni 80 zinatakana zilipe askari wanaolinda pale, zinatakana zilipe usafi katika uwanja ule. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizo ni pesa ambazo itachukua zaidi ya miaka 10 au 20 kuweza kukamilisha ujenzi wa uwanja huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia kugusia masuala ambayo Seneta Khalwale ameagusia hapa kwamba kulikuwa na ubadhirifu wa milioni 500. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna ushahidi wowote kuonesha kwamba kulikuwa na ubadhirifu wa fedha zikijumuisha kufikia milioni 500. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sasa serikali kuu imepeleka wahandisi kutoka kwa idara ya Public Works kuangalia na kutathmini ile kazi ambayo imefanyika pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, wahandisi hawa wote wametoa ninio kwamba kwa sasa hakuna pesa ambazo zimeweza kufujwa. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, si kweli kama alivyozungumza Seneta Khalwale wakati alipotoa mchango wake mara ya kwanza, na leo pia alipokuwa akiendelea kutoa mchango wake kusema kwamba kulikuwa na ubadhirifu wa zaidi ya shilingi milioni 500. Mheshimiwa Spika, ripoti zote za mkaguzi mkuu auditor ambazo zimekuja katika bunge hili, hakuna ripoti ambayo imesema kuna pesa milioni 500 zimepotea katika uwanja wa Manispaa ya Mombasa. Na kama Seneta Khalwale ana ripoti hiyo, kesho ailete katika bunge tuiangalie, tuone kwamba hizo pesa kama zimebadilishwa, basi tutaondoa mswada huu ili tuone kwamba kwanza tuangalie masuala ya pesa zilizopotea kabla ya kurudi hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mchango mwingine umetoka kwa Seneta Mungatano. Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua siku zote jicho laona, lakini jicho pia huingia kitakataka. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nashangaa Mheshimiwa Mungatano azungumzia masuala ya Mombasa kwamba tuangalie tusifuje pesa za serikali kwa sababu ni zao. Lakini tukiangalia Tana River, kaunti ya Tana River, Mheshimiwa Spika, hawana hata uwanja wa stadium. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni mchango ambao sio wa Mombasa peke yake, ni mchango wa pwani nzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu uwanja huu utafaidi timu za kutoka Tana River, timu za kutoka Lamu, timu za kutoka Kilifi.
Seneta Madzayo, una hoja ya nidhamu?
Taita Taveta.
Seneta
Yes,
Faki, mpe nafasi Seneta Madzayo.
Bwana Spika, najua ndugu yangu anakielewa sana Kiswahili, lakini anaposema kwamba macho huingia takataka, macho huingia vumbi ama macho huingia mchanga. Lakini akisema macho yaingia takataka, makaratasi yataingia kwenye macho. Nauliza, je, ni usawa kwa ndugu yangu kusema takataka yaweza kuingia kwenye macho?
Seneta Faki,
Mheshimiwa Spika,
huwa inatatiza, lakini
wajua
irekebishe vile Seneta Madzayo.
Ni Mheshimiwa Spika, kauli niliyotoa ni kwamba jicho laingia kitakataka, na nafikiri Mheshimiwa Bifoli atakubaliana na mimi kwamba jicho linaweza kuingia kitakataka usiweze kuona. Sikusema takataka, kitakataka, yani it's a particle kwa Kiingereza. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Madzayo, fungua masikio wazi, kwa sababu unajua saa nyingine anaingia na huku yakitoka na huku. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo nasema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba uwanja huu utafaidi sio Mombasa peke yake, lakini utafaidi pwani nzima, utafaidi nchi nzima, kwa sababu hivi sasa tunavyozungumzia Mheshimiwa Spika, hatujui iwapo michezo ya mabunge itafanyika Mombasa, tutaifanya wapi? Hoteli tuko nazo, lakini hatuna viwanja ambavyo vinaweza stahiki kuandaa michuano kama hii ambayo tunaizungumzia hapa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema kwamba ni wakati sasa serikali inyooshe mkono kwa watu wa pwani. Tumeona hivi sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna maandalizi ya sherehe za Madaraka Day zitazotakana kufanyika katika kaunti ya Bungoma. Wanajenga uwanja ambao utaandaa sherehe hizo, wanajenga State Lodge ambayo rais atakaofikia wakati anakwenda kuhudhuria sherehe hizi. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambacho ni jukumu la serikali, kwa sababu serikali ndio kama mwavuli mkubwa unaotufunika sote katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuwa sehemu moja ina viwanja. Kwa mfano hapa Nairobi kuna kiwanja cha Nyayo Stadium, kuna kiwanja cha Kasarani, na hivi sasa kuna kiwanja kitajengwa cha Talanta Stadium ambayo itajengwa sehemu za Jamhuri Park. Vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna kiwanja cha kibinafsi cha ulinzi cha Jeshi la Ulinzi wa Kenya ambacho pia sisi kama wachezaji wa Bunge FC kwa sasa tutatumia kwa mazoezi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo umuhimu, tunasisitiza ipo umuhimu kwamba tupate kiwanja hichi ili kiweze kusaidia talanta katika eneo la Pwani. Tumeona Mheshimiwa Spika, vijana wengi wamepotea kwa sababu ya mihadharati, vijana wengi wamepotea kwa sababu ya itikadi kali, kwa sababu hawana fursa ya kuweza kufanya mazoezi na kuweka talanta zao uwanjani. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaomba tunapotamatisha mjadala huu kwamba kwa kutumia kanuni ya 66(3) ya kanuni za bunge hili, naomba tuahirishe uamuzi wa kupiga kura hadi siku nyingine. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Senator Faki. The putting of the question on the motion is deferred to the next sitting. And Honorable Senators, as I had earlier on rearranged the order paper, I will further rearrange it so that we go back to order number 13 to resume debate on the maternal, newborn and child health bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2023. Call that particular order, Clerk.
Order number 13, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2023, second reading, resumption of debate.
When the House rose last, it was Senator Professor Kamaru was on the floor. She had 15 minutes out of her time. She's not in the House, so I'll call upon Senator Wambua Eno Kikio to contribute to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was consulting with the promoter of the bill so that I know how much time I have to make my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I would want to begin by congratulating Senator Beatrice Ogola for coming up with the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill 2023. And Mr. Speaker, I would be happy if you direct that the Senator of Kitui be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, I am being disturbed by
Order Senator
the majority
Mazayo
leader.
and Senator Eddy. Allow the Honorable Senator Wambua to be heard in silence. If you must consult, consult in no tones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, the Senator for Kilifi is developing habits that are not very good. And thank you for protecting me. You hear he's shouting at me, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your protection. Mr. Speaker, I thank Senator Ogola Beatrice for sponsoring this bill, a very well thought out bill. As Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in underlining the fact that access to timely and affordable and appropriate health care is a right that is enshrined in the Constitution. And the Speaker, as the saying goes, a right delayed is a right denied.
Senator Wambua, there is a point of order. What is your point of order, Senator Matthew?
Honorable Speaker, it would not have been my wish to stop the trail of thought of my leader, Senator Wambua, but I am a bit confused. with the way these two clocks are working. Because on this one, it is 6:12. On this one, it is 6:13. So I do not know which of these two is the clock that the House is using at the moment. Because it is now 6:12 here, it is 6:13 here. I don't know which side of the hemisphere this Senate is operating from. So I wanted some clarification so that we're able to time ourselves properly.
Senator Wambua, you may proceed to continue with your contribution as that aspect that has been brought to the attention of the Speaker is dealt with. Proceed, Senator Wambua.
I thank the Speaker, and thank you, Senator Mahu, for being so vigilant. I'll be guided by the clock that I'm facing. So, Mr. Speaker, I said that a right delayed is necessarily a right denied. And I like the drafting of this bill and the detail that they are in, that, Mr. Speaker, both levels of government have been assigned responsibilities in great detail to ensure proper access to timely and appropriate health care for mothers, for newborns, and for children. The Speaker, I want to point out a few areas of concern in this bill. The Speaker, I will begin with clause 7 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, which talks about basically care to pregnant mothers or women. Speaker, it will be remembered that a few weeks ago, when she appeared before this House to respond to matters related to health, the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Madam Nagumisha, said on record that with the new Social Health Insurance Fund, the issue of Linda Mama was basically being scrapped from the system and from government policy. The Speaker, clause 7 of this bill gives women of this country the assurance that even if that policy pronouncement, the government has since moved from that position, then there is a law that entrenches protection and care of pregnant women. And I think it would be much, much better for the women of this country to get protection on medical care from an act of parliament than from a policy pronouncement. Because as we have seen with that Linda Mama policy pronouncement, a government can very easily walk away from a policy, but it will not be easy to walk away from rights enshrined maybe in law, in an act of parliament. The Speaker, going down to clause 8, and that's where I begin to have problems, with the assignment of responsibilities to both levels of government. The Speaker, we say that health is largely a devolved function. And as is the case with all the other devolved functions, the roles and responsibilities of the national government are limited to policy guidelines and standards. The Speaker, the national government, in terms of operations and taking
operational responsibility, is responsible for the teaching, research, and referral hospitals, and should not meddle in the operations of the other health facilities from level 5 or 6 going down to dispensaries and health centers. But this law that is proposed by Senator Beatrice Ogola, my friend, seeks to assign responsibilities to the national government in clause 12, which are basically responsibilities to be undertaken by the county governments or devolved governments. So, Speaker, I'm particularly concerned by the provisions of clause 12D, that the national government is required by this law, when this bill, when it becomes law, to put in place necessary infrastructure and collaborate with county governments in establishing and implementing an effective system of referral from one level of government to another. Mr. Speaker, infrastructural development for county health facilities is the core responsibility of county governments. If this law then makes a provision for the national government to build dispensaries and health centers and provide equipment and provide enabling infrastructure to service those health facilities, then there will be a direct conflict, Mr. Speaker, of interest, and there will be, the outcome, Mr. Speaker, will be that will be acting against the Constitution. I will be asking the promoter of the bill to relook at the roles that he has assigned to the national government with a view of making amendments to ensure that the roles assigned to the national government in this bill are aligned with the fourth schedule of the Constitution on the responsibilities of the both levels of government. The Speaker, I want to be guided as to how much time I have. I thought, good, so I can continue. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, the other roles when it comes to national policy and strategies, that's fine. That's really is the province of the national government, so that then we ensure that the standards of healthcare in one county are exactly the same standards in all the other counties. So you don't have some counties with very high standards of healthcare and others with very low standards of healthcare. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this bill gives us an opportunity to align legislation with the provisions of the Constitution, and then I will then be asking the promoter of the bill to consider putting it in black and white, that when it comes to the operations of the national government on matters health, then they are limited to the referral and teaching and referral hospitals, Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, I think Mombasa as well, and those other teaching and referral hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I have also another concern on the bill that
that seeks to make it mandatory for doctors or healthcare providers who are providing medical care to young children, that they are not allowed to do it without the express permission of a parent or a guardian. Mr. Speaker, whereas that may be a good thing to do, we must also be guided by the reality of our time. Mr. Speaker, there are parents and guardians who believe, and I have no authority to question what people believe, who believe that they should never access medical care, that when they get sick or their children get sick, they should just be prayed for and they'll get healed. And if they don't, if they die, then that is the will of God. Mr. Speaker, what do you do with that category of people? Because they are there and they are many. If you pass a law that says every child that has got to be treated, then the doctor must obtain express authorization from a parent or a guardian. If the parent or guardian of a child is that type that they don't believe in medical care, what is going to happen to those children? And those children then will be exposed to suffering, and it will be better if that section of this provision is rewarded in a manner that ensures that every Kenyan child or every child within the Kenyan jurisdiction has access to proper medical care when they need it. I've also looked, Speaker, the same clause 8 on matters of immunizations. And it says that immunization should be carried out in accordance with the prescribed standards and guidelines. Speaker, again, I have no problem with what people believe in, as long as they believe in the right thing. But, Mr. Speaker, there are also religious beliefs that speak against immunization. The wording of any law that is supposed to guide immunization should be such that it is facilitative for immunization to take place without necessarily creating a window for people to latch on and argue that they can either deny children immunization because a law has made such provisions. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude on my contribution to this bill, it should be remembered, Mr. Speaker, that we are debating this bill at a time that our doctors have been on strike for 56 days, within which time Kenyans in their majority have been denied access to a constitutional right. Mr. Speaker, we must urge the policymakers, we must speak to the hearts and the minds of welfare societies and unions pushing forward the agenda of the welfare of their members,
for both parties, I do understand that they have agreed on a return to work formula, but for both parties to realize that the health of this nation is greater and more important than any other consideration. That, Mr. Speaker, a government would stick to a line, and the unions would stick to a line, which lines are parallel, for 56 good days, or is it bad days? And people are denied access to medical care. The Speaker, I think this is not the time for those of us in the Senate to begin to think very, very seriously about making health a fully and truly devolved function. So, Mr. Speaker, the agitations and the agreements between doctors or healthcare providers are properly guided and articulated within the context of counties, and if there is need for escalation, then that escalation takes place when and if it is necessary. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support the bill and ask the promoter to think about those areas of concern where he can make amendments to make it even a better bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 9th of May, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.